Good evening. Hello, everyone. I think the YouTube chat should be here though. I did do that. Where is it? Why is it doing that? There we go. There we go. Sometimes it's hanging. Good evening, Alpha King, Jared Jabs, and Crumb, and TSI. What's going on, everyone? Live! You're doing it! Rian, hello! Alright. We are knee deep, dick deep, balls deep into Echo. And I think maybe we can finish Jenna's route today. Maybe, I'm not sure. And yeah, we'll see. Other than that, I'm looking forward to it. So, without further ado, I'm just gonna jump right in today and give you what you're all here for. A thorough reading of Echo and my reactions to it. And I think that's the one thing that y'all want, is sticking to this. My goal is that I start with TJ today, Orion. And we get like to what is he called? Flynn last. That's the goal. So right, I'm probably gonna play also the same amount of time like last time. I feel really pumped up. So it's gonna be good. Gotta be good. Okay. Now let's not talk, let's just jump in. The wolf goes still, the gravity of his words rendering everyone silent. Even the radio. Jenna, who seems to be constantly wavering between lingering and noping the fuck out of here, glances back over her shoulders. Her grievances with Leo and Micah are apparently lessened in the face of the continued paranormal onslaught. So, this thing we are seeing, as manifested by the hum, is some sort of tulpa? A tulpa? The name sounds familiar. Something like Carl mentioned to me in passing. In layman, a more advanced version of an imaginary friend. The Fennec frowns deeply. The process of induction, visualization, thought form, and other mental forcing can stimulate these sorts of psychosomatic happenings. Generally, you see it with people who say they talk to Jesus or other religious icons that encourage prayer and meditation upon idols. You're saying I'm like some kind of worshipped idol? Jenna sighs as Leo slinks down a little. Sure. That still doesn't explain why we can't see and hear this thing. Honestly, it's more likely we are enduring some sort of collective traumatic hallucination. What is it called? A folie deux. That folie deux is like a collective what is it called? Like collective Shit. I asked the van hallucination, had that one just last week. I don't know the English word right now, but the folie à deux is like also a collective not illusion, psychosis, I think was the word. Psychosis, I'm not sure. But yeah, that's what I learned recently. That the folie à deux is not just the subtitle to the new Joker movie, but it's also actually a thing in psychology. But right now, I'm just spitballing here to rationalize this. She swirls a paw in the direction of the van. A person that others can see and interact with. Born from a dream. We watch the radio, though it doesn't chime in. I think it's gone. Another silence. Finally, Micah speaks up. Jesus fuck, Leo. I am so glad Micah is here. Like, Micah just has plain language. It's like, can't you just print out Chase's yearbook picture and tap it to a flashlight like a normal person? I'm not sure if that is like a thing normal people do, but it's probably healthy and like summoning a shadow chase into existence. Leo looks to Micah, his tired, wounded face slipping into a grin before he starts to chuckle. It's the first bit of proper laughter I've heard him in days, even if it is bittersweet. Micah, I'm sorry. Dude, for real, it's fine. Micah watches Leo with some wariness in his golden eyes, crossing the tattooed arms over his chest. Nah. What do you mean, nah? Nah. May have just been messing around, but you had shit rough at home, everyone knew. I just didn't want to think about it, yeah. It just disappeared one day and that was that. But you were small. Didn't have nobody to turn to. It should have been there for you. Micah scuffs his foot against the dirt, looking a mixture of frazzled and embarrassed at the conversation taking place. Are Leo and Micah ending up in the end at this route? Like, are they gonna be an item? Is that a thing? We didn't have that kind of relationship. Not like you and Chase had. Relationship? The bat looks at me, quickly clarifying. It wasn't really a relationship or nothing. That was a bad word to use. Dip them. Just two kids who both knew they liked dudes experimenting. There's a twisting sensation in my chest as I look at both of them, then imagining them in the van. Oh, shut the fuck up, Chase. That happened before you and Mr. Wolf got together, right? Yeah, I mean, he took a very long time to get that wildfire. Like, Chase isn't really the fastest thing in the West, you know? Not the sharpest tool in the shed. Himbos are smarter. Probably. But that's also because himbos are continually exposed to being around horny people. Right before what was essentially the most romantic night of my life. The day I felt most loved and special out of any. Oh. Why are you making this about you, Chase? Why? Dude railed a kid and filmed it. I mean, he was a kid too. He wasn't of age too, but like, they made essentially, you know what, right? With a $700 camera and a 3-year age difference. They like Leo wasn't horny people. And Leo is horny people. He's like the horniest of all these fuckers. Micah ignores Jenna. Judging by your expression, I'm guessing he never told ya. I don't blame him. Leo scoots himself to the back of the van, hanging his legs off the end as he looks to me. And I should have. I just didn't want to lose you, you know? He's looking at me now. And yet he lost you anyway. Oh. It's all I can manage to say. Leo turns his attention back to Micah. I'm not no replacement for Keith. I'm no replacement for Keith, but I should have helped you get back on your feet, introduce you to the group. Yes, you and Chase would have gotten along after a while. Didn't you want to be a journalism major? Jenna, despite the apologetic tone of Leo, definitely doesn't seem eager to stick around for this conversation. Man, that was a lifetime ago. You could have taken your feral ass in. Shown you how society works. Come on. You probably don't even know how to do your tax. Jesus Christ, Leo, he's a drug dealer. Do you think he's filing taxes? Micah clicks his tongue against the roof of his mouth. Kind of like how Leo does. Fuck taxes, government ain't getting shit. Exactly! That is my man. That is my man. Fuck the government. Anyway. He clears his still raspy throat, wincing. He swallows. If you want to get ahead in life, you can't rely on others. Gotta get it for yourself. He passes a glance toward Jenna for a moment. We did. I chime in, still trying to wrap my head around that revelation from earlier. Micah looks like he's about to snap back with something biting, but just waves it off with a flop of his hand. Anyway, if you wanted forgiveness, you got it. Let's just put some distance between us and then some hotspot, okay? Please. Micah grunts once, beginning to walk off behind Jenna. After a moment, he slows some, looking back to Leo. Glad you finally woke up, though. Jenna rubs her face into the pads of her paws. She's shaken, never frazzled. Micah and Leo, too. Though I just feel numb. All this insane shit is happening around me, and it's like a dream, something not even real. There's a layer of separation between what I perceive and what's really occurring in front of me. Watching a playback of memories projected right into my own eyes. Not the first time I've felt like this, even outside of this supposed hysteria. But it's never been so strong. But as I glance behind me, the van's still there. Real as ever. Micah and the newly sobered Leo walk on ahead. Maybe it's like a minefield, you know? Projecting thoughts and shit for everyone to see. Yeah, just think real hard about Carl. We can take his spooky fucking doppel home with us instead, save us some trouble. After a while, I can't make out what they're saying. They're talking with a more serious tone. Their voice is lowered. I'm not sure if I even want to know what they're discussing now. We approach the edge of the old highway. My eyes settle upon a small mound of dirt with a carefully placed stone on the center. I'd walked down the stretch of Route 65 about a dozen times growing up and have seen this before, but was never curious enough to investigate. There's something about it that's drawing my attention. And then I realize why. The dream from last night. The grave. That's the spot. I stop. The others still walking ahead. They're following the road back to town. Or at least until we get to the railroad crossing, and then we can follow that. I look back to the mound of dirt and am compelled to approach it. Without really thinking, I'm on my knees. I mean, that is one hell of a choice, right? The only thing I can do. Dig. What? What? Just do it. Are we digging up somebody? On your knees, huh? Yeah. I'm getting on my knees to dig. Next thing I know, I'm scooping the tips of my paws through the packed soil, digging up dirt and tossing the clump aside. I don't know why I'm doing this. I close my eyes trying to snap out of it. It doesn't help, and soon there's this musty smell in the air, like the inside of an old attic. I've managed to dig about a foot down into the earth so far, and the smell is only growing stronger. I don't have a shovel right now, Mike. At about 2 feet down, something solid touches my fingertips. We are about to do some necromancy here. I keep going, dusting off dirt around whatever it is. The surface is curved and cracked in place, like pottery. Even before I get all the dirt off, I have a hunch of what it is. 2 empty sockets stare up at me, and I stare back. Hello? A voice plays in my head, much more profound than I ever heard it before. It said visual shot. Visual. No, it says visual though. I'm sorry my hashtag confused you, Mike. After all this time to end up here. The voice almost sounds like it sighs and goes silent. Are you the guy in the grave? Oh, it's Toilet, welcome! I ask the voice, which rings more clearly with each passing word. The way he sounds, like he's right here, despite the unnatural cadence. The voice is the voice in my head? I whisper to the skull, compelled to touch it. Any skin or fur has long since rotted away, and the head itself is a yellowed ivory color. His clothes, from what are visible, are in tatters. But the remnants of a button-up shirt and suspenders can still be seen. did I? Yeah, that sounds like your dad isn't very much alive anymore. The voice doesn't respond, so I ask another question. Who are you? A tumbleweed rolls by along the road in front of me. The others getting further and further away. Instead of responding, I feel myself begin to dig further down, scooping out a few more mounds of dirt, until something leather and small can be seen. A hardy wallet with a snake emblem pressed into the center. Flipping it open, several business cards and dollar bills practically dissolve in the exposed air. Though there's a plastic ID card in the back. It's a driver's license, clearly decades old, with the faded ink of several stamps covering most of it. What text can be seen is in that old-timey typewriter font. I whip my thumb across the surface, wiping away the dirt and grime. Samuel Ayers. Date of birth 8090. There's a little picture of an elderly, pale feline with stark reddish-looking eyes that remind me slightly of Leo's. Is this going to be like time travel shenanigans, where Leo turns out to be the reincarnation of this elderly, pale feline? He looks haggard and sad, ancient, really. A relic of another time. No. The man from my dreams. I should be terrified, but then again I feel disconnected. So, Toilet, when I found your dad, is he also from your dreams? Probably more from your nightmares, right? A passive viewer who can only sometimes speak without any control. Now you know. Man of your dreams. Hey, grandpas need love too, you know? And there is a saying in Germany that essentially translates to you learn to ride on old horses, you know? You know? Exactly, gilf. Get your gilf game up. And knowing is half the battle. I think the more we know in this visual novel, the more confusing it gets. No, it actually doesn't, but how I feel. I think you feel kind of skeletonized and dead. I didn't know. I needed to know this. I managed to swallow, peering into those sockets like they were looking back at me. Never met a ghost before. I remarked quietly. Not a ghost. Then what are you? Another drawn-out silence. Though this time I waited out. Maybe something like that thing on the radio in the van. Just older and changed now. It's gone, but I'm still here, clinging to you like a lifeboat in open water. We've been together for some time. Didn't see one another for a while, but you came back. They always come back. Together, I don't... I trail off, trying to wrap my head around what he means and what's really happening. I lean back some, feeling less resistance on my movements. I feel weird, like I'm not really here. You felt this way for a while now. It always happens like this over time. It's just a little stronger. Here it's just a little stronger. With me. My gaze pulled down to the license in my grip. Interesting shovel, no. Alright, stop, Mike. Take care. Thank you for being here. It's always a bit hard. Like, I'm just saying this generally, not to Mike. That if you get into like this kind of very story heavy game, like basically right in the middle, you will not understand anything. I read the name again, Samuel Ayers. He goes quiet for a moment and speaks up again. With him. His voice falters, a strange conveyance of emotion in his otherwise stilted monotone presentation. I speak up again. There's something wrong with me. Like, I'm not doing things on my own anymore. You're not. I'm with you. You're indecisive by nature. What? How? I choose. It doesn't make any sense. Why are we connected? How do I make this all go away? He says nothing, but I can hear him rumbling, stirring. At least 15 seconds pass before said stirring turns into words. You came back to find the truth, or that's what you told yourself. Yet you've known it all along. Just bury it, over and over again. Each failing, uncomfortable moment or horror. You can't face anything. You're just like him. The man with the hat that's always too tight. Rain splattered on fresh grass, pine needles, and a whimpering child. I don't. You are weak. You are pathetic. There's a pause, and again, his tone shifts, a deviation from his uniform speaking pattern. Voice sounds softer, distant, like an echo of something said far away. Be safe, kid. Before I have time to comprehend anything, I hear footsteps upon the asphalt in front of me. Chase, what are you still doing back here? What are you looking at? Jenna steps closer, peering into the little hole I had dug. She thins her lips. Oh! What's going on? Leo's booming voice calls out from down the highway, the wolf looking back at us. Jenna just stares at the desiccated remains of a moment before calling back. Chase dug up an old corpse. Can you imagine this shit? Like you just lose your friend for like 5 minutes, and then you come back and he just dug up an old corpse somewhere next to the highway because he's a bit of an idiot. Can you like imagine this? I can. I can. God damn it, Chase! Jenna sighs, resting her paws and on her knees and letting her head hang down. There have been quite a few revelations in this scene. Yeah. I might have not caught on to them yet. But the name Samuel Ayers kinda rings a bell, I think. What he said. She looks up after a moment, spying the card in my hand. Is that an ID? Yes, Samuel Ayers is the name. I think he's one who got hit by the van. Oh. Samuel is the main character of the smoke room. Ah, okay. Yeah. Poor Sam. Oh. She looks off to the side. Great. Huh? What, Chase? She responds exasperated. Don't you care? Someone died here. I think he met us somehow. To me. Chase. Her eyes drift to the skull, cropping out of the mound of dirt. God, I've passed this so many times. Just out here walking, never knowing there was a person buried here. How old is this ID card? I squint at some smudged text. 70s, I think. At least it's when it was last renewed. Jenna frowns. Poor guy. She crouches down beside me, taking the license for a moment. We should hold on to this, so we can give it to the proper authorities for them to handle. I wonder if anyone out there is looking for him or even remembers who he is. Her eyes flick over the little card settling on the picture. He looks kind of familiar too. She hands me back the ID, then extends out her arm to help me up. With a knot in my stomach, I take her hand and use her weight to rise up without putting too much strain on my injured leg. I think it might be my head. It might be in my head. The words leave my mouth more casually than meant, and Jenna does a little double take toward me before letting me go. Well, tell him I said hi. We'll deal with him in a bit. He's just like Cynthia sometimes. He says you're just like Cynthia sometimes. Jenna stares at me, then the grave, then back at me. She brings 2 fingers to her temple, massaging it. Jace, please don't listen to the voices in your head right now. She responds curtly as Micah arrives behind her, Leo hobbling at his side. You okay, Otter? I look at him for a moment and answer honestly. I don't know. Same. Let's just get going, okay? Jace, you can keep leaning on me if it hurts to walk. I give her a grateful nod as I rest an arm on her shoulder. Thanks. As we head off, Micah lingers a little behind us, staring into the shallow grave. He steps off the road, pushing the dirt I'd removed back into the hole with a few hasty swipes of his foot. Before anyone asks what he's doing, he catches back up with us, staring straight ahead. Micah being a chat, giving the dead back their rest. The last place to rest. We've been walking for what feels like ages. The moon's still high in the sky and the taste of water in the air. Maybe it will rain. After we got switched around and ended up in the wrong side of the highway, we realized we were much closer to Heather's than the motel. So to Ted in this alley we go. I keep playing back that conversation earlier in my head. The voice that seemingly activated when I found the skeleton. I've heard it 1,000 times before, but I always had just assumed it was me, my subconscious, in particular bitter side of myself that would chime in every now and then to add insult to injury. Really, lives out in the boonies, doesn't she? Leo winces some as he walks, no longer using Micah as a walking crutch. Yeah, I don't get out here often. Be wary though, apparently she's got a gun. So no threatening movements, or nothing if we see her. I can do my Valley Girl voice in a little bit here. Woohoo! Maybe. I don't know if she really comes up again. Clint's got one too. Should have swung back around to my place so that I could grab my piece. Leo, for God's sake, we are not getting into a firefight tonight. But my aim's better than two chunkies with pop guns. Oh yes, the heavily concussed hobbled wolf definitely has the advantage over Clint and Heather. Both of which spend a considerable portion of their free time shooting random objects in a trailer park. I know, because I grew up listening to it. She ain't lying. At least for Clint, and he ain't no fan of you. She'll probably let me do the talking. Didn't you betray them? I think I might be the better person for this. The neutral party, so to speak. Yeah, but I know them. I kinda sort this shit out quick like. Who we trustin'? I'm gonna put up a decision here. I think I'm gonna trust Jenna. And it's probably going to go horribly wrong. So yeah, let's do that. Jeremy's her brother. And Clint, a friend, is Jeremy, and Clint is Jeremy's best friend. And presumably Heather listens to both of them. She's not really been involved in any of the drama so far, so I trust her to get this taken care of. Hello, Mr. Downs. How you doing? I look down at Jenna, whom I'm currently leaning against. She can't put her degree to work. Oh God, don't push it like that. Don't put it like that. For the last time, I don't study any of that interpersonal communication business that drinks handle. I lean more towards neuroscience anyways. Shake went to college. So Rich got his great handstand, nice. Micah responds tersely, Jenna giving him quite the side eye. She still seems pretty disgusted with him and Leo for the van revelations. And the further we get away from it, I'm starting to feel myself get more and more ill at the thought. The camera. Jesus. Leo had asked if we ever wanted to film anything before. when we were together, but also always said no. I shut my eyes, trying to not think about it. Focus. Just gotta find Carl. A long, curvy gravel road leads halfway up the quarter-mile loop that is Jasmine Street. At this section, several mobile homes are dotted along its length, though most are empty and dilapidated. They generally serve as squatting grounds for seasonal transients. A little pink house stands out among the rest, with a big utility vehicle parked out front. Never actually been inside. We should be careful. The front door is open. What? Jenna points, and sure enough, the double doors leading into the house are cracked open. The doors themselves are strangely ornate, painted like a drawbridge with big knockers on both sides. Heather really wants to be a princess, huh? A creeping sense of dread begins to draw upon me. Hunker down, let's get ready. And so we do. Well, as much as I'm willing to do with my legs still feeling like it's on fire. Chase, how about you man up and do something for once? I can't even see Leo wincing as he crouches down in front of some shrubbery. You guys all good for this? Yeah, it's just like I got bit by 20 fire ants. There's probably something we can wrap your legs around with, legs up inside. And the tips of your fingers, Batty. Batty? That bat gives Leo an incredulous look before letting out her harumph and facing forward again. I squint past the two of them through the brush, and I can make out the text and logo on the utility vehicle. It says the Reclamation Bureau, with a little river insignia surrounded by the national flag. Jenna squats down beside me, her ear twitching. She quickly peers over her shoulder, staring hard at something behind us. I follow her gaze, though all I see is the vast stretch of desert between us and Lake Emma. Micah looks too, letting out a little gasp. Who the fuck? What? I don't see anything. Shush! Jenna places her paws up to my lips. I frown, peering past her fingers into the dark. Finally, I can hear something. Quick snapping, quick footsteps, and maybe some panting? There's a rumbling behind it too. Sounds almost mechanical in nature. I first thought it was the van from earlier. Whoever turned it on. Had they gotten it running and followed us here? The silhouette of a figure emerges through the sagebrush, its motion frantic. Eventually I can see its eyes, which are a familiar bright blue. Each! Leo quickly runs up to catch the flailing feline, only to be met with slashing claws that push him away. The wolf ceases audibly, stepping back. DJ, stop! It's us! He whispers sternly, trying to snap him out of whatever's come over him. DJ keeps looking over his shoulder, panicked. It's coming! It won't stop following me! DJ shouts, and Micah visibly flinches. It shut the fuck up! He's hysterical. Yeah, so hit him or something. Leo blinks, frowning deeply as he tries to wrangle the cat by the scruff of his neck with little success. What? I'm not gonna punch DJ. Oh, so you get to beat up my friends, and it's totally fine. Micah grumbling trails off into a distant into a disgruntled mumble as TJ yowls. He keeps trying to scramble away, kicking up clouds of dust everywhere. The cat looks horrible. Goat had brambles stuck in his fur, tumbleweeds stick in his shirt. His pants are ripped at the seams. It looks like he's been out running in the wilds for a while. Like, this is the one thing he has been doing every chapter so far, and we've always had a different point of view of it. In Leo's route, I mean, we didn't see it in Carl's route, because in Carl's route we were in the house. But in, I assume he was running around there too. In Leo's route, he was running through the desert. That's the one thing I remember when shit went down. Jenna squeezes my shoulders. Some before moving to my side, from my side, approaching the increasingly feral-looking lynx. TJ, it's me, Jenna. She speaks softly, a calming tone to her voice. I'm here with Leo, Chase, and our new friend Micah. You're okay. That rumbling sound is getting closer. Soon I can see the headlights gleaming across the desert. It's a pickup truck and it's not even on the roads. The driver just careening through the desert straight towards us. TJ's eyes bulge, head swiveling toward the sound, even as Leo wrestles him to his knees. Oh no, 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 no! It's the thing! It's the thing from... He breathed in sharply, looking at me for a moment. The monster! Monster? Jenna repeats, peering at the approaching truck. Fuck. Is that Jeremy and Clint? No. She lets out a relieved sigh. I recognize the busted grill. The vehicle begins to slow until it rolls into idle and parks about 10 meters away from where we are squatting. A towering figure emerges from inside, a rifle in his hand. Uh-oh, is that Bronson? No, it's Flynn. Fucking hell. Flynn blinks at us all, then shifts his attention back to TJ. The lynx is staring at him as if he is just the horror of all horrors. Jaw agape, in silent scream as he writhes in Leo's grasp. Flynn! Jenna growls. I guess we're all just hollering now. Micah briefly glances over his shoulder toward the house, no movement inside. What did you do? What did I do? I sure as shit would like to know. 1 minute we are searching for Carl. The next he's just staring at me with that crazed look in his eyes. He started crying, snotting all over the place. I haven't been chasing this little shit for fuck knows how long, while the whole town is falling apart. Lost him for a bit, so I went home and grabbed my repeater. Flynn at least has the right idea. Get your gun. And shoot motherfuckers in the face. If they are weird. Flynn holds up his rifle and I can see it's pretty damn old-timey looking. The question is, what repeater is it? Is it a 22? Then throw that thing already out, because the 22 will do nothing for you. Is it a 45? Then yes, then we keep it. Well, a 22 is probably better than nothing, I guess, so we keep the 22 as well. Flynn slander. Yeah, you don't slander Flynn in here. We stand Flynn in this house. Like the sort you see in old westerns, with metal that looks more brassy than iron. He shifts his gaze from Teach to the rest of us and then frowns. The fuck you guys been up to? No one immediately speaks. To be fair, I'm not quite sure how to answer either. It would take hours to summarize everything that's happened since Flynn and TJ were around. Surviving. I rubbed the back of my neck. But we found Carl. You did? Flynn perks right up. The visible exhaustion he'd worn, like a second skin seeming to dissolve right off him. Where? Where is he? Yeah. I swallow, realizing how dry my throat is as I try to make the right words. Duke and my brother have him. Jenna interjects. We were briefly and unwillfully detained at Brian's. That is a very nice way of putting it, Jenna, really. You were tortured and you were victims of Brian, I would say. Carl was there, but Jeremy and Duke were told to take him to Heather's place. Hence, she gestures toward the pink house. Why we are here? You are fucking shitting me. We are not. Flynn is wrought speechless, bringing his fingers to his forehead and gritting his teeth. He's summarizing here. This is so fucking nuts. He brandishes his repeater across his chest, pulling back the lever and checking the chamber with an increasing look of trepidation on his face. Oh god, he's going to fucking shoot someone. Let's not waste any more time then. He slams the lever back into place, stepping forward. TJ flinches, though the lynx looks less terrified and more confused now. Were they mayor's boy? Jimmy and Duke might be packing, and we know for sure Heather is. Mm-hmm. So slow your roll, yeah? Heather, hearing this information, it looks like roll slowing in the exact opposite of what Flint wants to do, but he does stop. Glancing back, he seems like he's about to snap at Leo, but spots his bloody leg and the swelling around his muzzle and forehead. His expression softens. Guys, I peed my pants. Our attention shifts to the lynx, cradled in Leo's arms, who is peering at us through bloodshot eyes. Peach? Leo loosens the grip on him and the lynx props himself up on one knee, taking stock of his surroundings, as if for the first time. Hello? Jenna exchanges a look with the rest of us before speaking. Welcome back to reality. That Hum's nasty stuff, ain't it, kid? Hum? He clutches his ears. I don't know what you're talking about. Leo snaps his fingers a few times in front of TJ's face before waving his paws in front of him. TJ stares, flinching with a delayed reaction. Not too sure he's fully back with us just yet. Flynn swipes his hand through the air, grimacing. Okay, enough of this. Wolf boy, what's the plan? I blink, realizing how naturally everyone defers to Leo when the going gets rough, just like when we were kids. I don't see Jeremy or Duke right out front, so I assume they ain't here. You should take a look inside. We need to be careful. They could be back any minute. Yeah. We all begin to follow in line behind Leo, all of us pretty damn well aware of our element of surprise is long gone. We're about to reach the open door when I notice that Jenna isn't with us. I glance back over my shoulder and see her staring into the underbrush, back to the truck. Everyone else starts filing in before I get a chance to get anyone's attention. So I wait outside for her. I wave, trying to get her attention. It's so funny because the name never comes up before this route. And now they keep saying it. Yeah, it's what I call evolved writing. Or parallel writing for sure. I don't know how many people wrote on this. Two. That's fucking impressive. There's 2 people. They wrote like 3.5 books over here. Sure enough, she finally looks my way and quickly scurries her way over to me. It's amazing how silent she can be, even while running. It's one of those enviable fox traits that she has. It's tough to think of any aspect of foxes that's a hindrance, actually. What's up? I look at her, trying to keep my voice down. She peers at me with a scrutinizing expression, as if I had said something rather offensive. And she's waiting for me to talk my way out of it. Jenna? Oh, it's nothing real. Huh? She walks in, not offering any elaboration. Come on. Ooh, party hats! Not party hats. What? Yeah. Thank you for the party. Item. I sigh, following her. Jenna, I can't say I could have ever expected the interior of Heather's home to look like this, even having known her for most of my life. The first thing that hits me is the smell. It reminds me of one of those fancy candle soap stores in the mall, but with this sort of dusty, mildewy stank that lingers in my sinuses. Very floral overall, potpourri I think it's called. Next thing I notice is the decor. Much like the exterior, there definitely appears to be some kind of fantasy castle-like theming going on here. However, the person going for set certainly isn't an interior designer. Bubbly wallpaper, cheap knickknacks, and blurry printed JPEG pictures of fairy tale characters coat the wall. Pink pennant banners dangle from the ceiling, and crushed glitter can be seen reflecting from within the weaving of the carpet. It's like a child's birthday party took place, but judging from the faded appearance, it's been this for a while. As I glance to my left, I notice an entire wall has been knocked down, the structural framing inadequately hidden by the floral-coated curtains. Beyond said curtains is a large chair and a long red rug leading up to it. It takes me a moment to realize that it's some kind of throne, lit harshly by the bright white fluorescent lights. Despite the attempted fanciful presentation, cluttered floors hinder whatever intended effects of opulence they were trying to go for. I can see old VHS tapes, candy wrappers, theater monitors, disposable cameras, children's toys, all scattered about. Past the throne is what I think was supposed to be the living room. But instead of chairs, there's just a mattress on the floor, which is covered in throw pillows and beach blankets. I even recognized one as having the logo of Southwest Adventures. Thing that makes me realize how long ago it feels like all of us were at the theme park, carefree for the most part. Flynn steps up to the knockdown wall, repeater clutched under one arm. Guessing they didn't get a permit for this demo. As if on cue, a gust of rolling wind hits the house, and I can practically feel it shudder. Unstable. The Gila quickly refocuses, keeping his slitted gaze pointed down the hall for any sudden movement. Beyond that, the house is quiet for the most part. Outside, occasional dripping noise coming from somewhere I can't see. Nuts. Completely nuts. Leo mutters, shaking his head in his surroundings. Yeah, none of us come here. Never actually been inside before. Heather's dad never lets anyone in. Now I can see why. Judge Kai has showed up. Welcome in, Judge Kai. I don't have a pickup line for you today. I'll get to it later. Leo and the rest begin moving down the hall, while Jenna steps up beside me. She has a contemplative frown upon her muzzle. Just remember, Org, I'm the law. You are not the law on my stream. You're the law on your stream. It's kind of weird and familiar in a way. It's all I can say initially until I begin to start placing why. This place reminds me of like old thrift stores and cheesy parties I went to as a kid. I've seen dragons getting bested by orcs. Not as dirty as I thought it would be. Jenna muses, though something catches her eye in the entranceway to the kitchen. Soon, I'm following her, approaching what looks like a laminated colored pencil drawing posted on the wall with rainbow-colored tags. I think that's how orcs are born, okay? I think they are born differently. King and Princess's Palace. Jenna's frown deepens. On the picture, there's a large, bespectacled feline man sitting on a grand golden throne. Quite an upgrade from the dingy orange recliner draped in cut-up fabrics they've got out front. That's for sure. Next to him, sitting cross-legged, is what looks like a drawing of Heather. Yeah, I know you do that, Kai. Take care and have fun at the gym. She's in a stereotypical pink princess gown with a little tiara on her head. The two are holding hands. Such a sentimental picture. Actually seems pretty sweet that even Heather has someone who cares about her enough as this. However, Jenna's dour expression does not relent. She quickly turns, heading down the hall with the rest of the gang. Flynn and Leo continue to take point, the Gila keeping his rifle at the ready. No signs of anyone though. Part of me wonders how wise it was. How wise it is to be carrying a gun with all this mind-altering hysteria business going on. And then turning on any of us is pretty unfathomable, the lizard having always been all bark and no bite. Still, seeing one of my old friends brandishing a weapon, it's a weird feeling. I pop into one of the rooms along the main hall. That still has the lights on. It looks like some kind of study and it's much less cluttered than the rest of the house. There's a small desk beside the door with a laptop and a stack of papers next to it. Most of them with the Reclamation Bureau letterhead. At a glance, the documents mention things like water tables, hydrology reports, and map revisions for floodplain boundaries. It all sounds like pretty heady stuff. It's odd that Heather's dad lives in such a shitty place, despite having such a technical sounding job. TJ wanders in beside me, staring blearily into the empty room. I reach over, placing my paw on the link's shoulder. He flinches a little, but doesn't drop back. You feeling better, Teach? I ask, keeping my voice soft for his sake. Yeah. Teach responds, rubbing his arm. His fur looks puffier than usual, most likely the result of him being so on edge. I know we're looking for Carl, but I hope Heather's okay too. I withdraw my paw, giving him a sidelong look as I check behind the few pieces of furniture that are in here. I didn't figure you two were that close. At least not anymore. You don't have to be close to someone to be worried about them. That is actually very much true, and I will say this is something I like about TJ. I think he's a very genuine character. He's also probably batshit crazy, but I feel like we will find out why, and there is a reason why, of course. But he seems very genuine so far. I'm not about to argue with TJ on this one, but the way he speaks makes it sounds more like he's reciting something. He's reciting something than speaking from the heart. Oh, look, I just got slapped in the face. Thanks, game. I step back out in the main area. Down the hall, I hear the clatter of falling boxes, followed by a hushed swear from Flynn. Watch your step. Get off my ass, my adrenaline buzz is wearing off. You can relax, it doesn't look like anyone's here. What? That doesn't mean you can't fucking relax, it means that Carl is still out there with those crackhead fuckfaces! I'm sure he's dead. You'd relax plenty. Flynn. I hear the lizard spit, cutting him off. Fuck you, Leo! Jenna sighs loudly, interjecting. Flynn, you know I didn't mean it that way. The bickering continues as I realize there's still a room at the back end of the hall with the lights off. I make my way over, stepping into the doorway and peering into the blackness as I fumble around the light switch. I find myself shielding my eyes from the glare of the unshaded light hanging from above. For a moment, I saw something move in the corner, though it must have just been the glare. Are you sure about that, Chase? This room reminds me of the foyer, a cluttered mess with exposed drywall, electrical wiring, and damp spots all over the ceiling. There's a window to my right, and I think I can see Duke's truck parked outside. Duke mentioned something about Heather taking it while we were locked up with Brian. At first I think it's some kind of storage room, but then I notice a pink couch in the corner with a blanket, pillow, and alarm clock. There are dirty clothes piled up beside it, and judging from all the bras and panties, this must be where Heather sleeps. Here's even a little closet in the corner with crayon children's drawings posted over the door. I take a step in, though I stop when something catches my eye. In the right hand corner of the room where I thought I saw something move earlier, a little green light blinks in the shadows. As I approach, I notice something. A pastel pink baby monitor thing with a photograph taped above it. The picture of what is... The picture is of what... Like a fennec fox on the outskirts. What? The picture is of a fennec fox. The outskirts of Echo staring at, well, I'm not sure. What the fuck is that description, dude? A shooting star? The fox kinda looks like Keith. Weird. I flip over the photo and notice that there is some smudged writing on the back. Whatever it once said, it's utterly illegible right now. I put it back and shift my focus to the monitor beneath it. It appears to be decades old. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night? Yeah, we can pretend that. It appears to be decades old, judging by the worn paint, but apparently still functional. For some reason I can't really explain, I pick it up and press the single circular button in the center. It crackles with a low hissing noise, and that's when I realize it's some kind of walkie-talkie. After a few seconds of holding the button, I speak into it. Hello? Yeah. I nearly jump out of my skin at the groaning noise. Mainly because it isn't coming from the device, it's coming from inside the room. My eyes start around the source, eventually finding one of the blankets piled up on the floor behind the table. It starts to move and I quickly back up. Leo, get in here! Heavy footfall can be heard sprinting down the hall outside. The wolf pushing his way in with wild eyes. What's going on? He looks ready to pounce, though is met only by me and a bedraggled looking ram trying to untangle the comforter from his horn. Ew. Oh shit! Carl! There's a squeaking noise coming from the closet and I've noticed Carl's unfocused green eyes start to wander in that direction. I look over and see the folding doors are slightly ajar. Were they like that before? That's when I see it, an eye. It peers through the crack, wide and bloodshot. The door is rammed from the inside, knocking it to the side and sending toys and other miscellaneous junk flying. A hanging light bulb flickers in the closet as a figure steps out. I quickly realize it's Heather. She has blood on her legs and a revolver in her grasp. You get out! Go the hell away! I quickly throw up a pause. Leo hesitates a moment and does the same. Hey, girlie, we mean you no harm. We just need... Leo stops talking, and I'm not sure why. That is until Heather shifts out of the way and I can see more clearly into the flickering. Thank you for the hearts and smileys. Flickering closet. Hunched against the wall is what looks like an enormous doll. Upon further inspection, it's not a doll at all. Oh god, no. It's a man and there's red smears on the wall behind him. Who did you fucking kill, Heather? Is it your father? She probably geeked her father, didn't she? She murdered him. I recognize him from the drawing, a portly fellow with the circular glasses, each of the lenses shattered by a bullet. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, by bullet holes. There are just empty sockets where his eyes once were. On top of his head is a little plastic crown, embedded with scar-themed jewelry. Oh shit! Micah walks in the room, quickly recoiling at the sight of Heather and the figure in the closet. Carl hurtles back down against the floor, seemingly trying to make himself look small. Jenna also steps in, her arms already raised. Heather brings up the gun and points it at her. Heather, what the fuck are you doing? It's me, Micah. I don't care. You need to go. She brings the revolver up, aiming it unsteadily at the lot of us. We all take a step back. My back now against the wall. Where the hell is Flynn? Did you shoot your dad? Holy fuck, Heather. Micah, stop talking. That's a fucking dad in the closet. I know. I will kill all of you. A shot rings out and I feel something spray against my face. I quickly reach up, rubbing my cheeks and finding bits of plaster from the drywall next to me all over my shirt. My blood turns to ice as I realize there's a bullet hole about 6 inches from my head. Neil's eyes bulge and he starts to move, but stops when that revolver is swiveled towards him. Heather! Jenna shouts quickly to get her attention. Heather! She says the name again, this time more softly, that the wild-eyed feline is looking at her. We are here to look for Carl. Remember, like we mentioned during the bonfire. The cat chest rises and falls, like she's hyperventilating. It's been that way since she stepped out of the closet. She makes her way toward the slumped form of Carl, still half covered in his blankets, then points the gun down at him. I'm going to shoot him in his stupid, fat, ugly face! Unless you leave right now! She's absolutely screaming her demands, spouted with such a pitch, her voice constantly cracks. Tears begin rolling down her already wet cheeks, her eyes puffy. Beneath her, Carl covers his face with the blanket and visibly trembling from a mixture of fear and exhaustion. Though the true question is Heather the true end boss of Echo? Okay, sounds good. We are happy to leave. Jenna does her best to put on a calm face as she nods to the rest of us. We'll take Carl with us and we'll be out of your hair. We are planning on leaving town. Leave? Heather repeats. I have nowhere else to go. Nowhere! Everything used to be bad, but not terrible like this. Keith barely talks to me anymore, and when he does, he says... She breathes in shakily. He says the meanest things. I cover my ears and I can still hear him. Heather, Keith is gone. He can't be speaking to you. I believe what you're hearing is a side effect of the hum. He looks over at Micah and gives her a nod. They're stupid! I know that! You think you're so smart! You think you're so much better than we are? I know you do, Jeremy told me! Jenna opens her mouth to protest, but Heather shrieks, a blubbering of spit coming from her mouth, not running down her nose. She begins to press the finger closer to the trigger. Carl, get! Jenna places a paw on Leo's chest, trying to hold him back as Heather's chest heaves. She looks like she's dry heaving, trying to throw up an immensely sick feeling within her that will not leave. I can barely hear anything anymore. The ringing is so loud. It just sounds like him. He won't stop. Heather flails in the direction of the shadowy figure in the closet. Even though the man in the closet is very much dead, he's propped up in a way that makes it look like he's watching Heather pace around the room. Jesus. His dark sockets following her while her back is turned. She seems afraid to look at him. The feline closes her eyes for a moment. And can tell Leo is weighing his chances of whether he can tackle her to the ground before she can get off a shot. Before he can move, they open again and she speaks. Her voice still shrill but quieter. Everyone thinks I'm stupid. That'll never do anything but rot away like anyone else. And it has nothing to do with what you or Brian or Jeremy or Clint or anyone thinks will fix things. This whole town is so shit. No argument there. Micah mumbles wide-eyed. Micah? And it's not your fault. They are wrong. I don't even really know you. He points the pistol at me and it's like my heart crawls up into my throat. My whole body wretched with fear. This town is evil. And I'm gonna stop it. I'm gonna do something with my life for once. And not be some plaything. She seems to be speaking directly to Jenna now. It's what Keith told me all the time before he went away for a while. Heather stands there shaking in place as if trying to muster the courage to do something. She begins to strafe, getting closer to the closet, bending down to pick up something beside the corpse. It's a bloody folder with a little booklet stapled to the front. I recognize the emblem on the cover, the Reclamation Bureau. Heather's paw covers the front, but I can still make out. Orders Dan Basic Operation and Procedure Manual. Outside there's some movement by Duke's truck. Trying not to draw attention to myself, I glance out the window and spot the familiar pattern of orange and black scales and TJ's tufty fur. Are they going to shoot Heather? Is the lizard gonna dome her? That would be hysterical, honestly. There's a glint of something metallic Flint's repeater, which is currently sighted towards the hysterical cat. Jenna spots this too, turning so that her back faces the window. She swishes her tail from side to side. With Jenna in the way, Flint won't try to take a shot, right? The idea of Flint shooting anyone is just unfathomable. It's in its own right. Heather, what do you mean? How are you going to fix the town? I'm gonna... I'm gonna make it so there's no down. Heather turns away. She catches a glimpse of the blood on the folder and looks back towards the closet. She screams, but she's not staring at the corpse. It's likely she's looking above it, at something else at eye level. Daddy! She blubbers before promptly stumbling out of the room in a full sprint, elbow checking Micah so hard that he gets knocked on his ass. We stand there in silence as Heather's footsteps fade out of earshot. The sound of a car being started can be heard, and as I peer out the window, I can see her father's utility vehicle peeling out of the driveway. Fuck me! Micah whispers harshly, pushing himself up to his feet. The smell of blood and gun smoke lingers heavy in the air, and I realize my legs feel like gelatin. I nearly collapse back against the wall, trying to catch my breath. I'm surprised Chase didn't shit his pants, honestly, because he's a little bit of a sissy sometimes, but yeah, that's Chase for you. As desensitized as I'd been feeling the fear, the fear was still very real in that moment. Everyone all right? Leo is asking in my direction, though gives a little look toward Micah. Yeah. Peachy. Micah promptly walks to the closet door and slams it shut. I don't want to look at that anymore. There are no objections to that. I think this is probably so far one of the most fucked up shit that we've seen in the game. Like Heather domed her father twice through the eyes. If it was her, I'm not even sure if it was her. Maybe it was her. Maybe he went crazy and did it to himself. Well, you can't really do that. Can't really dome you through the eyes twice, but this town, everything's possible. Jenna walks over towards the blanket Carl is hiding under. Gingerly, she pulls it off him, exposing the rough-looking ram underneath it. He flinches at first, but the next thing I know, Jenna's pulling him in for a tight hug. Carl's own massive arms envelop her, the two embracing long enough for Flynn and TJ to finally arrive. Ow! TJ gasps. Flynn meanwhile stops dead in his tracks, in the doorway looking a little shaky upon his feet. Jenna pulls back, wiping her eyes with the back of her forearm. In such a quick movement, I don't think anyone but me noticed. Carl himself can't stop shivering as if the room is freezing. He's still visibly disoriented, mind racing, as all these familiar faces appear in front of him. Carl, you big cloven idiot. Oh my fucking god. Flint drops his rifle, stepping up and resting a large hand on his shoulder. Dude, he mumbles, a rasp of disbelief. I'm gonna get him some water. Hey Micah, come with me and look for some food. Something that'll get down easy, yeah? The bad nuts. Not as interested in this tender reunion as the rest of the gang. I mean, that's pretty much a given because Micah has never been a big part of this gang. They head out toward the kitchen. He's hurt. Flynn points to the raw, inflamed skin, looking skin around his neck, as well as the various cuts and bruises that appear elsewhere on his body. Looks pretty surface level, but we definitely should get him to a doctor in Peyton. We are free? Carl asks, looking up at me. Yeah, we are, Carl. We are. Looks like it. I respond casually, approaching him and giving him a big hug of my own. He's so warm, and his shaky breath against my neck actually feels pretty good. DJ joins in as well, sobbing into Carl's fur, muttering things I can't quite make out. Hey, you too. Carl eases his grip thumb on me, peering up at the tall lizard leering over him. What? You hurt me. Flynn frowns, but ultimately relents and crouches down, giving his friend a stiff hug. Carl, meanwhile, clinches to him like his life depends on it, evoking a few irks and grunts from the scaly one. Despite the pained noises, I catch a glimpse of Flynn's face. He's smiling, and more broadly than I've ever seen in a long time. I hope Flynn can be happy with Carl one day. Carl scoops up another spoonful of tapioca pudding, the remnants of the other empty cups he'd gone through, sitting on the counter next to him. I've only managed to get halfway through mine. It feeling pretty messed up to be eating a dead guy's food. I mean, he doesn't use it anymore. In my free hand, I'm fidgeting with the pink walkie-talkie thing from Heather's room. I'm not entirely sure why I picked it up. When Leo gives me a look, I shove it back into my pocket. I mean, I'm not entirely sure why you also dug up the corpse on the highway, Chase. Carl vomited after we got him to the kitchen twice, so I guess it's good that at least he's doing a little better. He'd cried for 50 minutes straight while our wounds were tended to. DJ seems to have mainly snapped out of whatever funk he was in earlier, beyond an occasional strange look towards Flynn. His knowledge of sports medicine actually came in handy with patching everyone up with what we could find on hand. Fortunately, Heather's dad was not short on painkillers. Don't give me any of that fentanyl shit. Are you sure those cuts look pretty painful? And it'll be a long ride back to Peyton. DJ inspects the prescription bottle. Curiously enough, the pharmacy label has Brian's name on it. Oh, Heather's dad was a druggie. I mean, yeah, of course he was, because he lives here. He was probably addicted to, as already seen, fentanyl. Which is... I think my teacher told me that. There's like a crisis, opioid crisis, where like normal people are very much addicted to opioids, fentanyl, and all kinds of fucking shit, and they get it all on recipe. Like Chase's mom, as Micah said. We still don't know if that is true or not, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. Good old Dr. Brian. I've lost too many friends in Pueblo to the stuff. You went to Pueblo? Jenna chimes in from across the hall, watching out the kitchen window. Well, I wasn't exactly enrolled at the PU. I bummed around the outskirts. I'm surprised we never ran into any one of us there. We most likely didn't frequent the same spots. Unless you really like tattoo parlors at Ska. I love Ska. Shut up, Toby. It's DJ now. Alright, I guess not my truck with a few of the gas cans laying out by the carport. It's got a full tank, so we don't gotta risk stopping at the gas station by the Flint turnoff. We load up, gun it, and we should be in Peyton just before daybreak. Sounds like a good plan. That? I clutch my forehead, the voice ringing from earlier ringing between my ears. People ship DJ like they will ship anything because of that one skyline. I mean, they don't really. I mean, I can actually see a couple dynamic here at work, actually. TJ being like the Christian and like Micah the polar opposite, essentially. That could be a funny combo. After everything had settled down, I honestly hadn't expected to hear it again. Any signs of Heather? No. Last I saw, she was heading northbound on the 65. She frowns in thought. North? Fucking beats me. There's not much going on to the north. There's no real exit back to the main interstate system. Just an old military area, lots of country roads that lead nowhere, and a dam. Well, guess what Heather is doing? She's gonna blow up the fucking dam. The dam. Oh, fuck. All eyes shift to me. She's heading toward the dam. Her dad worked there. No one has opened the closet since Micah. That is an information I didn't need, because I am pretty sure nobody's gonna fucking open it again and see if the dad's still there. And Flynn grunts, dangling his repeater from his fingertips. She took that folder with her when she left. The one about the dam operating procedures. Really? I didn't get a clear look at what she was holding. Yeah, I'm telling the truth here. In case nobody thought you were lying, you cunt. I believe you. Flint squints his eyes some. Are you saying Heather is going to fuck with the dam? I mean, what else could she be doing? Wash it all away. We all heard her speech, right? Yeah, she was screaming it. That bitch can barely operate a doorknob. You think she can figure out how to open a floodgate of that size? Micah pulls out a beer off the fridge, sipping on it gingerly before speaking. I'm pretty sure I remember her dad brought her up there to work a lot when we were growing up. She hated it. He disappears back into the kitchen. For someone who has experienced the things we have this evening, he seems oddly composed. He's probably been through worse. Makes me wonder what kind of shit he's seen before all this. I think back to some of the preliminary research I did for my project. And by preliminary research, I mean looking at the county website's historical section for 30 minutes. Wow, that's some banger research you did there, Chase. One of the things that jumped out at me was how big Lake Emma used to be. Over twice the size it is now. Most of the lakes in this part of the state are man-made, but this one's natural, ancient. The settlers just shrunk it down, siphoning away water for the iceberg lettuce and cotton fields to the east, past the mountains. Alright, let's load up, everyone. Leo changes the topic, him and Flynn heading to the door. Wait. Jenna steps over besides me, seemingly deep in thought before regarding everyone else. So, you know what Heather's plan is. And you all still intend to leave? Yes. Leo responds promptly. No way she can manage what she's planning. We got to get Carl and the rest of you to you lot to some medical attention. You sure about that? She's got her dad's key, the code, the guidebook, and presumably she's got a pretty keen knowledge of how all this shit works already. I mean, shit. I want to get out of here, but the poor fuckers who are still here better know how to fucking swim. I put that fucking in because I think it... Yeah. You think Echo would flood? Micah shrugs. Jenna presses her fingertips to her forehead, exhaling. I truly hate to say it, but we should go after her. What? No way. Absolutely the fuck not. There ain't no goddamn way. You're making me drive the opposite direction of ending this whole nightmare of an evening. Jenna turns, giving him a look. Fuck you. that is amazing. That is amazing. And Jenna is the true end boss of Echo. And I'll be right back because I really need to do something real quick. Give me a second here. I'll be right back. Ah, yeah. She's gatekeeping and girl bossing. I'm not sure. I just know that she wants to open the floodgates for her feminist agenda. I knew you had some common sense in there somewhere, and maybe even a heart. We get stuck here because I'm the only fucker who knows how to shoot, and someone needs to watch your asses. He pauses. Also, I just know my aunt would kill me if I let this shit go down. Yeah, being the mayor and all, yeah. Since she did, you suddenly start giving a shit about Echo Townies. The question is clearly directed at Jenna, the lizard grunting in her direction. Jenna shifts in her seat, having to straddle in between Flynn. His truck isn't very big and none of us particularly wanted to ride in the back. Besides CJ, of course, who always seemed to enjoy being in the truck bed. Why am I not surprised? Fortunately, I managed to call shotgun, which may have been not the wisest thing to shout when everyone was on edge, but too late now. We don't know. She says, oh, matter-of-factly. This evokes a raised eyebrow from the lizard. Just thought about myself, leaving everything behind like that, knowing what might happen. And I didn't want to be that person. Flynn blinks, wondering if this is truly Jenna he's talking to now. Fuck. College does make you a bleeding heart, doesn't it? Leo wasn't kidding. He sighs, the highway stretching on in front of us for miles and miles. Jenna turns to me, giving me an appraising look before speaking. Thank you for coming, Chase. I know you didn't have to, but it means a lot. Yeah, no problem. Every inch of my body longs to be heading home or driving back to Peyton to Frieden, but here I am. At least Jenna's here, despite everything that happened. Brian's attack, the hallucinations, the kidnapping, the haunted van, the voice in my head, Heather's house and the town going nuts. Everyone is silent around our headlights. Everyone is silent as our headlights shine down the long stretch of Route 65 ahead. Maybe we are just exhausted. Physically, emotionally, spiritually. I exhale and rest my forehead against the cool window, watching the town's lights blur past. Soon the lights stopped and are replaced by darkness. Shadows of shapes, barely visibly through the condensation-tinged glass. We never go this way. No one does. We're getting close to Echo Canyon. The bumps and hills of Echo being replaced by a vast open desert, contrasted by the sheer cliff face of the Western Mesa. There's not much out here but land owned by the feds, most notably the dam and the old proving grounds. I remember there used to be a checkpoint booth up ahead, but it hasn't been manned in decades. It's here you can see the lake almost clearly. All of it. It seems smaller than I remember. Yet there's still that tightness in my gut and the urge to look away. Though I do. I keep my eyes fixed on the space between my feet. Flynn's camouflage pattern floor mat oddly captivating. It's then I notice a blinking green light shining through my left pocket. I instinctively think it's my phone and reach for it. But then I remember as I pull it out, it's the pink walkie-talkie baby monitor thing from earlier. I run my thumb over the surface of it, feeling the worn, chipped plastic. It looks like there might be even be a little teeth marks on the side, like a small child gnawed on it at some point. I remember being like that, thinking everything colorful must be some edible dessert waiting to be bitten into. I press my thumb against what I think is the talk button, but any labels on it have been long worn off. Bringing the device up a little, I open my mouth as if to speak, but stop short of actually saying anything. I realize I don't want to freak the others out right now. Seeing the lake again, I do look back down. Hello, good sir. I freeze. Hello? Flynn looks over at me. Jenna stares ahead. Hello, good sir. That same voice crackling and old, spoken in the same cadence as before. I glance over and Flynn's gone back to focusing on driving, with Jenna looking at the road blankly. No one's reacting to this thing going off. Hello, good sir. Is there a voice really coming from this old toy? Can you give us can you find us some iTunes card, please? And give us the code on the back so you can pay us. I stare at the flashing green light and am reminded of the old van from earlier. That voice felt much more vivid, alive, real sound. This one is like, I'm remembering a sound, but I've never heard this voice before. And how are you? Huh? And how are you? It repeats. It's distorted, but it sounds like a woman's voice. I've been better, that's for sure. Sorry to hear that. Oh, I guess it can read my thoughts. That's comforting. Things will get better soon. I start to consider sliding the walkie-talkie back into my pocket. Nothing this thing is saying can be doing me any good right now. Especially noting that I'm the only one hearing it. Just more hallucinations. Crazy swamp gas, tulpa bullshit. Doesn't seem to be saying anything now. The minutes pass and I begin to relax some. I look past the device in my paw. The night sky reflected upon the surface of the lake. A streak of white light. The moon is not your fault. The voice comes through a little clearer. What do you mean? Not your fault. Intentions. Your. The words start coming out even choppier, as if hastily clipped from an audio file. It was a loving act, and one cannot fault themselves for a loving act. What are you talking about? I wish we could talk more, but you have places to be. Places to be. The road begins taking us into the canyon proper, and the light in the walkie-talkie flicks off. Never actually been here before, I mutter. Fascinating. Now keep your fucking voice down. I see her car up by the service building. The building itself isn't too large, only about 500 square feet, with windows on all sides. She's gonna flood the whole town. We creep forward, Flynn with rifle in grasp. Micah, Carl, PJ, and Leo are hunkered down behind the truck, out of the line of fire. Leo had been pretty insistent on going with us to approach, but both Jenna and Micah agreed that would probably be a bad idea. Unsurprisingly, we are the only vehicles parked out here. Right? Jenna whispers, wiggling her paws out on either side of her arms, as if to shake the nerves out. I'm going to announce myself and approach. Flynn, please just keep line of sight. So did I get this correctly? The only ones that got here are Flynn, Jenna, Chase, and TJ. The others were basically off towards Peyton or are waiting in Heather's house. Maybe she won't be as crazy out here. No, on account of being a less hummy or whatever. Nah, they're all here. Okay. Flynn looks utterly goddamn perplexed at whatever I'm talking about. Honestly, I don't fully understand myself, but its effects were pretty damn evident earlier. Well, that's a theory. I'm just glad we get more screen time with Flynn. I think we get some more even in the next route too, because Flynn and TJ seem to be a bit entangled, you know? It's all Jenna says, giving my waist a gentle pat, to which I frown. Hey, I need to set up. Flynn, eyes and outcropping along the side of the canyon edge next to us, pointing to it. The slope is a very steep climb, and the bushes and rocks act as a natural cover for a vantage point. I'll be up there. If you need me to shoot, just make the Charlie horse symbol behind your back or something. The Charlie horse symbol? I ask. Flynn rolls his eyes and moves his hand down his thigh and makes an okay gesture with his fingers, but turned upside down. I recognize it instantly moments before Flynn strikes my thigh with his knuckle. Ah! Jenna shoves her paw over my muscle, shooting a glare at Flynn. Flynn! Unacceptable. Flynn appears unapologetic, checking the lever on his repeater. Okay, I'm heading up. Yes, I did miss you, Kai. I'm always missing you. Flynn turns, glancing back at her. I got your back. She gives Tequila a grateful nod. Thank you, Flynn. There's a pause and she speaks up again. I'm glad you've cooled down since your outburst at the river. I know how much you wanted to talk. The strange timing to Jenna's words. A finality to them. If she's getting words and set out in the open before facing the danger that awaits us. I think Flynn recognizes this and he stops. It's that you two ain't yet. Let's keep it that way. Jenna and I stand there for a moment. Wow, I mutter. I can't tell it's an oversimplification of Flint's feelings on the matter, but right now, that particular spat can wait. The others are starting to peek their heads out from behind the truck, wondering what we are doing. Not too late to back out, you know. Come on, Chase. Of course, I do appreciate the sentiment. I could always just take Carl's advice, though. He spoke to you? He was zonked out in the truck bed last time. She nods, lowering herself to a crouching position. I do the same with a grimace. He mumbled, suplex her, and let out an amused exhale through my nose, untangling my tail from a bush I'm pushing through. Oh, Carl, good to have him back. As we approach, I can see the front door of the service building light spewing out from the inside. We are far enough away that our truck isn't really visible. We prop ourselves up either side of the door. Sniffling and distraught mumbling can be heard from inside, including the rapid flipping of pages and clicking noises from a computer terminal. She's gonna do it. She's gonna wash it all away. Hey, Heather! The noises stop. Oh boy. Jenna looks over at me, lowering her voice. Jace, you may want to get back. What? No, I'm not leaving you. Jenna? You followed me? Here we go. Jenna comes out of her cover and I peek in. Inside, a computer with a bunch of monitors hooked up on the wall is turned on. One of those monitors has a window called Floodgate Control. Maybe she knew what she was doing after all. Jace? I grimace, trying to quickly shift it into a smile. Hi. You can practically feel the cringe from Jenna beside me. I don't know why I said hello like that. Long night. I clear my throat. I wanted to make sure you were okay and maybe see if you wanted to maybe reconsider your course of action. Heather reaches over toward the desk and next thing I knew, she has her pistol trained on us. We quickly duck back behind the wall. You two can't stop me! I know this is what I have to do. I saw the future like a dream, a waking dream. Everything's worked out, everything was underwater. There was peace. This has to be done. It has to be done. Her eyes flick to the murky black water at the foot of the dam. There was quiet. It was a dream, but it wasn't a dream, you know what I mean? Jenna watches Heather keeping close. Appraisal of her twitchy hand upon that revolver. Yeah, I do. Jenna responds flatly. I think we all do at this point, at least somewhat. I can see Flynn up on the rock ledge, moonlight glinting off the metal barrel of his repeater. I really hope Flynn can shoot, because holy fuck. He looks at us with a curious expression. Then you understand? You don't, do you? Question must have been rhetorical, because she answers it before we can. I knew it! I should have stopped you when you broke into my house! You're bad, just like the rest of them. She raises her gun. There's a pitter-patter of small feet behind me. And next thing I know, Micah's right at my side. One of his paws is on the small of my back. The other outstretched in front of us. Whoa, wait a second. Heather's tear-filled eyes shift to the bed. You again? God, why are you all here? Hear me the fuck out. No, you hear me out, idiot. He was like an umbrella. All the bad stuff just bounced off when he was around. I think he left, everything went to crap and you know it. Everyone started getting weird or leaving. You left. I never saw how it got bad. You didn't have to watch it happen. We were all such good friends, and it's like I'm watching everyone dying. I feel like I'm dying, Micah. Everything hurts and I can't think well anymore. Daddy. She takes a sharp inhale in between her fangs, buttering a bubble of spit before catching her breath. I just think it all go away and everything will be fine. I'm gonna move somewhere happy. You can move and be happy right the fuck now. Nothing's stopping you. Micah spits back. This is just a hum talking. You and I know this shit goes. It'll pass and you'll feel better. We'll all feel better. No! She screams and Micah quickly ducks behind the edge of the doorway as she brings up her revolver. I do the same, though for a second I think I see a flash of color behind her that wasn't there before. I peek past the edge of the concrete wall long enough to realize what it is. Jenna sees it too. That same tall, burnt figure from Brian's trailer. Ooh-oh! Ooh-oh! It looms in the back of the room, staring at us, waiting. It's almost like a statue, unmoving, beyond little twitches, where it suddenly shifted in position. It's unstable, or at least that's the best way I can describe it. Anna, I see it. Heather's ranting about something, but I can't really focus. It's getting closer, another foot nearer to Heather. What the shit? Jenna steps out from behind the wall, suddenly holding up the palms of her paws. Wait! Astonishingly, both Heather and Thing stop. Jenna, you really need to control your stance better over here. Though it's still very much there, looming in the background. It's as if the world itself is distorting around it. 3 holes pierce its face where the eyes and mouth should be. I look up towards where Flynn is at. He definitely should be able to see the thing, and I half expect a shot to ring out any moment. When I glance back, the thing isn't looking at Heather anymore. Its dark holes are aimed toward the hill outside the door, where Flynn is. Heather stands white. She left for... No! I'm not cutting her some slack. She needs some training. Heather stands white stance. Her finger an itch from the trigger. Heather, when I was growing up, I was very fortunate. It's not something I truly realized until relatively recently. Despite my circumstances at home, I truly had some incredible people and other things. Jenna's eyes briefly flick up to the figure, looking out for me. The figure's head tilt ever so slightly. Brian is dead. Your father, he's certainly fucking dead. There's some zeal to Jenna's words, and it becomes rather evident she thinks this is a good thing. I feel like, yeah, because her father or Heather's father has probably been abusing her. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, the worst shit imaginable went down between the two. And they can't hurt you anymore. A thick tear streaks down Heather's cheek as Jenna takes a step closer, pointing outside to the south. Back in town, there are still people who genuinely care about you. The ones who have stuck with you throughout all this. Jeremy, he's a complete turd, and I'd give him a peace of mind if I saw him. But he genuinely likes you. Same with Clint. But Clint talks all the things we used to do to you guys growing up. All the things that were said. Why are you think they are good? What we do as children does not define us as adults. Heather, I don't honestly believe you want to hurt your friends. Heather shudders, hugging herself. I'd honestly be tempted to rush her for the gun if that thing weren't still standing behind her, watching Jenna speak. Heather stops, her thin wrists trembling as if the weight of the pistol in her paws had burdened her for too long. Finally, they droop the gun, limply hitting the floor. I flinch. Thankfully, it doesn't go off. The red entity lingers so close to Heather, it's practically touching her. Then it's as if a great, silent wind sucks it backwards, its body contorting to pull, a strip of flesh disappearing into the void. And then it vanishes, fading into nothing. I rub my eyes. It's gone. I can hear Jenna shudder beside me. Before stepping up and taking the guide and keys and tossing them promptly into the water below. You stupid idiot! I had to pull it. I still had to close it down again. Micah picks up the gun, flicking open the chamber and spinning it with his thumb. Out are bullets. Fucking hell. Flynn skids down the hill, nearly tripping as he hustles over. You mad fucking tit-dirts actually did it. Micah and Jenna are staring at the spot where the monster was moments ago. Flynn, despite having us in his sights the whole time, seems oblivious. You should get the key to the city or some shit. Though that probably only unlocks an outhouse or something. Micah walks past him, letting out a string of unintelligible expletives and shaking his head. The sun begins to rise past the mountains to the east, the sky starting to become illuminated with purple and amber hues. In the distance, you can just barely make out one of the Mormon settlements down the river on the edge of the reservation. Mormon settlements, huh? So this is Utah after all? No, I'm just speculating. I rest my head against the side of the truck, mentally exhausted beyond words. I try to think of the entity, but it's like trying to remember a dream, a fading horror that seemed to be so real at the time, but really couldn't be. There's a soft thud beside me, and I soon realize it's Leo's butt, the wolf holding his concussed head in his both paws as he rests beside me. About ready to head out, Otter? TJ and Carl approach, the ram shivering and the lynx gently rubbing his back. Oh, we are going? He helps the ram up into the back. I mean, in a bit, I guess. Then Micah is talking to Heather. Flynn wanders off, throwing the rifle in the back before leaning his rump against the tire. In the past, when shit got tough, the lizard would always run off to deal with things on his own terms. Yet here he is, slumped and exhausted like the rest of us. Finally, Jenna joins us. I give her a little thumbs up as I pass. She returns the gesture before sitting down as well. She props her chin up in her paws, her fluffy tail perked up to avoid getting smushed in the dirt. We sit in relative silence before the faint sound of crickets and gently lapping water. You know, I'm gonna miss this place. Jenna glances over, frowning some. You know I was joking, right? I expected some laughter there. I think you're plenty funny, Jenna. I respond tiredly. Micah, seemingly out of nowhere, comes up and props his elbow on the hood. Shut up, Chase. Now are we fucking off or what? I dab my napkin in TJ's glass of water, wiping some sticky syrup stain on the seat before sitting down. The lynx gives me a little look, taking a sip from his glass. Ah, about time. Here they come. Flynn's peering out the window towards the sheriff's office across the street. Sure enough, our trio of friends exit through the glass double doors, checking for traffic before crossing over to us. A few reporters from the parking lot spot them and try to get their attention, but Leo ushers them forward. He mutters something and Micah laughs, glancing over his shoulder. Jenna just shakes her head, clearly annoyed but relieved nonetheless. A few more squad calls roll out, honking at the news vans to get out of the way before heading down in the direction of Echo. The police were sure busy in there. Yeah, no wonder. They're all gonna be in deep shit for the lack of response to all of this. What was it, 14 hours before they even sent out a squad car to investigate the blackout? Well, the detective I talked to claimed they sent them out earlier, but there was some kind of traffic trouble. They couldn't get to us. Oh yeah, traffic trouble. That sure is a fucking valid excuse to ignore the whole town suddenly losing its internet and telephone communications. Flynn grunts, the Gila looking over toward the quiet ram at his side. He's still wearing his tank top, though the EMT's bandaged up the cuts on his arms and fetlocked. Fortunately, Leo's dad called and said he's gonna pick up a fresh pair of clothes for him. He also stated that Flynn, Leo, and Carl could stay over their house while the authorities sort everything out. Since they closed off the Flint Road access to Echo, no one can exactly go back for their stuff. Now that we're in... No, not that we're in any rush to go back, of course. The ram stares at the checkerboard patterned tabletop, saying nothing. Flynn frowns, nudging the ram with his shoulder. Hey, fat ass. Why don't you take a look at the menu? Bet some chocolate chip waffles and ice cream sound good right about now, eh? The lizard smiles down at him as he slides over the menu. Carl looks up for a moment, then sluggishly flips it open. I think they serve your parents' brand of ice cream here. DJ forces a smile, which is a strange side in and of itself. A happy face usually comes so naturally to the lynx, but now he's just frazzled. Understandable, really. Something cold sounds good right about now. Fuck yeah, I bet. The ram flips to the next page. Though I can see he's not really reading anything. His face starts to scrunch, and he exhales through flared nostrils. He scrunches again, and soon his gaze falters. His arms begin to shake. Could it be that Carl is slightly traumatized, huh? Just a wee little bit, you know? His eyes press shut and he lets out nearly an inaudible sob, tears rolling down his cheeks. Flynn reaches over, puts his arm around him, tugging him close. It's okay. Flynn squeezes the ram's shoulder. Carl sniffs, hiccuping once before letting his muzzle push into Flynn's chest. DJ looks away, his own eyes beginning to water again. I'm gonna order you the big banana split and a big glass of lemonade. He pauses. Also salad for your health and shit. Lynx begins to quietly cry though keeps his face hidden by a napkin. We must be making quite the scene for the other folks in here. But I rightly don't give too much of a damn. However, this is all making me realize that I sure could go for a hug right about now. Flint, still holding the traumatized ram, looks at me across the booth with a soft frown. As the two non-weeping member of our group here, I guess there is some solidarity in that. I mean, you could also start weeping, Chase, then Flynn is all alone. Not that I feel particularly great or anything. Certainly I feel a lot less numb than I did in Echo, though. Thinking about all that happened really freaks me out. So I just have been trying not to. At least right now. Case. Yeah? Thanks. His tone of voice is strange and sincere. I can't hide my look of surprise. No problem. Though I think we owe the most to Jenna and Micah. Yeah, I already talked to them at the station. Never would have thought that little shithead Bad would ever do anything that didn't serve himself. I mean, Micah, as Orion already said, Micah is a great side character. I love him. He's pretty great. I also liked Heather a lot. Despite her being a little bit crazy, but that what made her actually great. And that she actually was, quote unquote, the true villain of this arc, so to say. But she wasn't really a villain, though. Yeah, he's pretty cool, I guess. I think you would get along with him. Lynn lets out a little grunt, running a hand up and down along the ram's arm. Wouldn't push it that far. And guess we'll never know, cause I'm moving the fuck out quick like. The house is probably worth jack shit now, even less than what it was before. But I'll worry about money later. DJ wipes his eyes, clearing his throat. Maybe you could start one of those online fundraiser things, since this is getting so much attention on the news. I'm sure there are plenty of people like the folks at my church who would be happy to donate to help you get on your feet. Take charity from strangers? Flynn looks out towards the newsvans outside. A particularly antsy-looking newswoman is currently getting chewed out by a police officer in SWAT gear. Though it looks like the news lady's grilling him right back, shoving a microphone in his face. Sorry. I think that's what I want to be one day. A guy with a camera chasing tragedies for profit. Maybe I should change my major. Glance back towards Flynn and Carl, The ram still visibly crying, but no longer wrecking by quaking sobs. For some reason I smile, if only for a moment. Or you could just marry the wealthy here you helped save from abduction a couple of hours ago. I'm sure that comes with some financial stability. DJ immediately stops crying, blinking at me, and then Flynn across the table. Flynn's eyes go wide before he quickly furrows his brow. Fuck you, Chase. Despite everything, if the lizard could blush, I have a feeling he'd be doing so right now. Yeah, you would be bright fucking red. Carl does seem to hug into him a little tighter. The bells on the front of the door jingle as they are pushed open, and I can see Leo peeking in, searching for us. Once he spots our booth, he gestures in our direction towards the others, and they make their way over. I swear those fucking useless pigs were gonna keep me locked in there for indefinitely till you vouched for me. Just cause they can't do their fucking job, they gotta find someone to pin all this bullshit on. Why not the kid with the record? They are still trying to figure out what exactly happened. And they won't, because it ain't the sort of thing that can be figured out, you know? Oh yes, I know. Jenna closes her eyes for a moment, though. They open again as she startles from Leo coming up behind her. Leo still is shirtless, holy shit. He's been flaunting that body of his for the entire arc. He's about to speak when a particularly rotund alligator woman saunters up beside me. She's wearing a white polo shirt, jeans, and a blue pancake house apron. Why, hello there! You all got enough room here in the booth? She smiled, seemingly. Oh, shirtless in a Waffle House must be Florida. It's like, as he should. we stand the himbos in this street, right? She smiled, seemingly unfazed by the sorry state we all look to be in. I suppose when you work 24/7 diner in the middle of the desert, you see some oddball customers. Leo's not a himbo. No, he's not. I'm just kidding. He is actually he gets shit done. He's very. I mean, he might be aggressive or what, but he's not dumb. He is not. He's just very emotional, I guess. DJ blinks and mutters an apology as he scoots himself over closer to Flynn. I do the same and Jenna moves to sit beside me. Micah and Leo take the opposite side. We are in a long corner booth that actually has several mini tables. But with all of us together, we are shoulder to shoulder in here. We each tell the waitress what we want in no particular order. Micah practically blurts out what he wants. 2 hash browns, 6 house-style waffles toasted with strawberry jam, and a side of bacon. Micah must be hungry. Meanwhile, I ask for a large iced tea with a bowl of vanilla ice cream. Jenna insists I get something healthy in my stomach, so she offers to split her turkey sandwich. I smile at her and accept, relaxing against the leather backing of the booth seat. Our server finally gets to Flynn and Carl, and both of them don't seem to be too focused on what she's saying. Flynn is staring at his phone and Carl's leaning into him with a distant look in his eyes. DJ gingerly nudges Tequila and Flynn looks up to the alligator. Oh, banana split and a garden salad with 2 lemonades. Pink. What? Pink lemonade. Flynn looks at Carl like his last shred of masculinity can't possibly bear to utter those words out loud. Fortunately, the waitress writes down Carl's correction for the same unjudging smile. 2 pink lemonades. Oh. Alright, if that's all, I'll be back with you folks in a bit. The alligator lady seems pretty nice. Carlos is noggin back into Flynn while the Gila goes back to staring at his phone. I can't get a hold of my aunt. Mayor aunt? Yes, my aunt who's the mayor. Maybe she's tied up with the police sorting stuff out. Often reassuringly picking up the sugar packet from the table and emptying it in my mouth like a absolute cretin. Jeez, what are you doing? Yeah, but you'd think she'd call me back. Leo raises an eyebrow from across the table, taking a sugar packet for himself. Hey, Otter. You should have heard Carl's dad falling over himself, thanking Jennifer over the phone. All the cops in there were calling her a hero. Exactly. Oh, quiet, you. Hey, I'm sure I could have been just as smooth if I was the one up here for talking Heather down. And look at Mike and can tell if he's being serious or not. Whatever you say, little buddy. And the wolf downs a sugar packet, smirking some. And I used to swipe these from the diner all the time, Creamers too. He'd always go for the aspartame or stevia-based ones though. I can see Jenna giving us a curious glance before refocusing her attention on me. Anyway, the police were pretty happy with you too. It takes me a second to realize what she's referring to, and I quickly wave a dismissive paw. Heh. Well, I'm sure I just gave them more work. That is their job, Chase. TJ, who's been relatively silent next to me, looks increasingly perplexed, his ears folded downwards. With everything going on, I realized I hadn't told the rest of the gang about my discovery. As for those not present, I found an old corpse on the side of the road from, like, the 70s. This gets Carl, Flynn, and TJ's attention. Of course it does! Found is putting it mildly. You picked a patch of dirt and started digging until you found the guy's body and wallet. What? I hold my paw, shaking my head. I can't explain it. I can't explain a lot of things. The fact the body is so old, though, means I'm not a suspect, at least. Weirdly sour feeling courses through my body, and I instinctively squeeze my tail beneath the table. But they ran the guy's name through the system. His disappearance was so long ago, they don't even have a record of it anymore. Bronson really did all the work he could, huh? Yeah, in my defense, the voices in my head told me to do. They did find living family, though. Or at least a point of contact, from what I've heard. Jenna smiles. I'm sure whoever they are, they'll be grateful for what you did. After 4 decades, I'm not so sure. Maybe it will just dig up old wounds. What? After 4 decades, I'm not so sure. Maybe it will just dig up old wounds, raising more questions than answers. It's not like I told the police my dream about the van or anything. Hey, Beast Bear, what's going on? How you doing? It's not like I told the police my dream about the van or anything, or who the original owner was. To think Sydney's dad killed a guy. No wonder he ended up the way he did. There's a moment of silence, Micah staring impatiently at the kitchen, and Flynn dialing up his aunt again. Jenna exhales, breaking the quiet. Regardless, I'm just glad you're all okay. Micah's fingers and neck are healing up nicely, and you two are finally separated. Jenna nods toward Leo and I. There's no way in hell that phrasing wasn't intentional. She has a self-confident smile on her face, though. When neither of us responds, it diminishes. Leo just looks kind of distant. Not like before, of course. When he was all loopy post-beatdown, but like he's got a lot on his mind he hasn't really processed yet. I know exactly how he feels. Dick. Micah muses idly, tearing strips off his napkin. Huh? Dick. That was a dick thing to say. Well, that's pretty rich coming from you. Micah about to say something when Jenna cuts him off speaking first. No. No, he's right. She brings her finger to her temple for a moment, thinking before focusing on Leo and I, making sure to meet our gaze. Acting like we're all still in high school, teasing you two about your relationship, it's not appropriate. And ultimately it's driven by jealousy. Oh! Oh, look at that! Jenna. Jenna. What are you doing, Jenna? Leo blinks. Jenna. Not something I like to admit, but a lot of what is driven by that, I need to experience things I wasn't afforded growing up. Micah looks up from the napkin evisceration, the edges of his mouth curled into a soft frown. Flynn glances over as well. A prank I orchestrated over 3 years ago led to this whole situation, picking at a raw nerve and leaving it to fester. My mind flashes to the images of my smashed cell phone sitting on the pavement, Leo calling me Leo calling for me as I walk away. Do I think you two should be together? No. But is that any of my goddamn business? Also no. And for that I apologize. Wow. Lynn speaks my mind. We should go through more tragedies if it gets you to admit you're just as shitty as us for a J. God, Flynn, what are you doing? Flynn, Flynn. 1 second. Flynn grunts. Jenna waves off Flynn's comment. But seriously, Leo, don't hump chase at a children's arcade and then destroy it when you get caught. You smashed up an arcade? I did. No, I'm a kind of a rebel. A real badass. Leo clicks his tongue against the roof of his mouth, letting a moment of silence pass as he glances offward. Nah, I'm a fucking idiot. Still, he's a himbo. Leo seems to be purposefully avoiding Jenna and I's gaze. Hey, people did worse things under the effects of the hum. Manifesting a toper of one's ex-boyfriend, it's a bit much, no? Ex-boyfriend. I suppose that settles it, though. I can feel how much it hurt him to say that. He smiles regardless, of course. Well, if the Taupa's giving good head, there's not much to complain about. Limbo needs to be buff. Stupid and kind. Leo's not kind. Yeah, I know. I was just kidding, dude. I really was. Seriously, what the fuck are you guys talking about? I can't help but chuckle, and a few others do too, including Leo. To describe any of this in any sort of way, it just seems utterly untenable. Look, I reckon it's best if we put some time and a few beers in between this event and us before getting into the nitty-gritty details, yeah? Oh, planning another Echo meetup already. I ask, trying to sound more lighthearted than I feel. Fuck no, Otter. We've got the internet if we want to talk. My inbox is always open, though I think therapy may be the safer bet than beers. I could get you some harder stuff. Size. Like? She seems to regret the question she says it. Alright, Beastman, take care and have fun doing your errands. I hope they are at least fun. You ever had a foot-tall devil dog cake with strawberry cherry and raspberry filling? I know a place off of Sandarita in Bisbee in Pueblo. Would take your mind off anything. I also can get you some heroin. I'll take the other thing with the strawberries and shit. Micah, for God's sake. I'm just kidding. Christ. The cake place closed years ago. Oh my. We talked for a few minutes. Mainly riffing on what the hell we are all going to do after all this. Food arrives before Jen and I really get a chance to weigh in, though. You had me at filling, exactly. Not that I complain, of course the vanilla ice cream looks delicious. And Jenna's sandwich she offered to split doesn't look too bad either. She sits it gingerly on my plate. Flynn glares at his pink lemonade. As if it had just insulted him. Fucking hell. Glances over to Carl, who seems to be working up the energy to sit upright to eat his food. This looks like your piss after too many energy drinks. That was once. Carl speaks up in a sniffly voice. The lizard looks about to take off a tentative drink when his phone goes off. He quickly snatches it up. Hello? Mark! He leans forward, resting his elbows on the tabletop. Yeah, hi. I left a message earlier. Have you heard anything from my aunt? He frowns suddenly. Oh, okay, why? Alright. The lizard takes Carl by the shoulders and straightens him out. The bleary-eyed ram blinking some as Flynn tries to stand and scoot past him. I'll be right back. Flynn, after accidentally hip-bumping Micah in the face a half-dozen times, manages to exit the booth. He heads out towards the parking lot. Ordinarily, I get the impression that would annoy the shit out of the bat, but he's too excited for his plate of food to complain. He dives into the bacon fish, shoving it all in his mouth as a whole wad. I can't blame Micah. Even Leo raises his eyebrows a bit. Don't choke. I think Micah mumbles an expletive at him. The hungry guy is already moving on to his jam and toast by the time I bite into my sandwich. We eat in silence for most part, though it's not exactly awkward. I think we're just mainly content to have each other's company after everything we've been through. I can't fathom being alone with my thoughts after all of this. Though in the quiet, I do think about I do get to thinking about that voice that spoke to me in the van. Seems like a distant memory now, but it was so clear. We've been together for some time. I'm with you. You're indecisive by nature, I choose. These words stick out to me the most. Glancing around at my friends, then try to decide. Glancing around at my friends, I decide to try something. I let the ambient noise of the diner fade out, focusing on trying to remember that voice. The one I've heard before. I close my eyes, emptying my mind and worries and other thoughts. I wait. Jenna nudges my shoulder. A French fry poking out of the corner of her mouth. You're falling asleep on me, Chase? I refocus, managing a reassuring smile. Oh no, I'm just taking a moment. Oh. She nods as if this made perfect sense. No clarification needed. You're holding up alright, though. You know, I think I'm okay, actually. Really? Her tone is skeptical, though, in sort of a jokey way. Yeah, really. She finishes the rest of her fries, wiping her paws off with a napkin before something catches her attention across the room. But would you look at that? A jukebox. I follow her gaze, spotting it by the door to the bathroom. It's pretty retro. It even has those plastic neon-filled tubes that flash when it's turned on. Chase, Carl, Leo all have stamps. Yeah. Now I'm starting to imagine a really silly trivia. You don't see many of those these days, or jukeboxes in general. I think maybe most folk saw them more of a nuisance than a mood setter. Well, let's take a look. Okay. I'm not sure why this is so interesting to her. After scooting out, she offers me her shoulder, her tail swishes gently behind her. I offer a little nod, thanks, using it to help myself. Leo looks up at me from his plate of chicken and waffles. We meet each other's gaze for a few seconds and he smiles. Alright, easy now. The EMTs already gave my leg a proper dressing after we got to the police station. They even tried to get Leo and I to go with them to the hospital. Yet, of course, the last thing Leo wanted was for us to get all split up again. I actually agreed with him this time. Plus, I've heard horror stories about ambulance bills. I relinquish my leaning on Jenna, and we walk. I hobble towards the jukebox. The music selection is pretty dated, for the most part, though there's some modern dance hits thrown in there, surprisingly enough. They're scribbled on with permanent marker sticky note labels. Jenna makes a show of inspecting the options, though she speaks up towards me. Hey, hello? She lets out a little laugh and sighs. Sorry, I haven't gotten a moment to speak alone with you for some time. Something on your mind? She nods. A lot, actually. There's a considerable amount of things we've seen that we've experienced that will never make plausible sense to anyone but us. Jenna gestures discreetly towards the rest of the group at the booth. I notice that Flynn is still not back. It does sort of put everything into perspective, I guess. Yeah. Part of me wonders whether I made the right decision. The musing comes as a surprise. Jenna never wanted to really doubt her own choices, or at least make such doubt known. What do you mean? Well, from what I've figured from both your historical research and what Micah has said, this hysteria is cyclical. It always comes back and ends up hurting whoever is around it. Now, I don't know whether its gases seeping through the ground, weird radio signals, or something in the water. And I'm not sure anyone ever will. But what Heather wanted to do, flooding the town, that would certainly put a stopper on anyone trying to live there again. I don't think anyone is going to be wanting to stick around there for long after this. Jenna's gaze shifts to the tile floor beneath our feet. Yeah. For a long time. She repeats. I try to think of what to say next. In the background, I can hear Micah saying something crude about the origins of syrup. I glance back and see Leo chuckling and TJ covering his face. Carl stares out the window. I don't know if you can really fight forces of nature. Whatever is going on, it feels so much bigger than us. What you can do is help people, I guess. And that counts for something. You did for Heather, despite everything she did to you. That counts. Second chances and all that. Jenna smiles. Yes, it's very nice of you to say. Very sappy, of course, but still sweet. I'm not quite sure I can fully see it that way, at least not yet. Her tail thwacks me a little, and after a brief moment of nearly teetering over, I thwack back. I think we all turned out okay, noting the circumstances. Echoes this tiny town in the middle of nowhere, and this shitty situation brought us together in the end. And I don't regret that. She taps her finger against the jukebox, looking elsewhere. I wonder what it would be like if Sydney was still here. The question catches me off guard. As far as I knew, Jenna never really liked the kid back in the day. Still, I guess he was part of our group. Hence the thought, maybe? I don't know. I don't really want to think about it, to be honest. Maybe he'd have helped Leo beat the shit out of Brian. I blink at her, the words sounding strange coming from her mouth. She looks at me, furrowing her brow. What? He was really into that wrestling stuff. I cross my arms over my chest. I guess. There's a long silence. I had a dream about him early in the week. And once everything started, hitting the proverbial fan, I remember hearing these strange voices. She doesn't elaborate on the specific thought, further shifting the focus to me. I didn't make any of them at the time, but noting everything that happened later, she stops for a moment. And if you want to talk to me about what happened sometime, just let me know, okay? I read her expression that the offer seemingly sincere. I don't see any signs of judgment or scrutinizing intent to her words. As usual around her, I find myself not quite sure what to say. Whatever happened to you claiming you're not a therapist? I'm not. I'm your friend, and I want to stay that way for a long time. Oh no, Chase is gonna end up not with her. Despite my wariness at the original question, I can't help but feel a little fussy from the statement. So, just a friend, huh? Now Jenna's turn to be caught off guard. But the surprised look in her turquoise eyes lasts only a second. Huh? Oh, perhaps you got the wrong impression this past week. I look at her and feel my heart starting to sink. I do mean my mind was under the effects of a town-wide sweeping hysteria after all. Oh no. I can't be held accountable for my actions. However, she sucks in her lip, staring at the ceiling as if in thought. If you wanted to take me on a proper date when we get back to Pueblo, I wouldn't be opposed. I feel myself slowly starting to grin and have a quickly reshift my face into a less creepy expression. Oh, okay, not opposed, huh? She lets out a humid exhale, shaking her head. Be candidly, me teasing and flirting with you around Leo, that's not really me. Or at least that's not how I want to be. I should be better than that. Otherwise, I'm no better than Flynn at the river, plucking at raw nerves. I'll admit, I was kinda worried that you were just doing all of this to be competitive with Leo like I was some kinda game. Jenna nods. Oh, that's completely true. Oh, shit! What? I was, at least to some extent. Hence the offer for something a little less biased. I look at her a little gobsmacked, but at the same time I can't help but feel appreciative of the honesty. I guess I'll consider your offer. She smiles for some reason. She kind of reminds me of those old femme fatale types from old noir movies. Meanwhile, I'm going to start writing about the experiences here in Echo, specifically our most recent ones. Probably the best ending that they could have gotten, though. Jenna admitting to her faults, telling Chase, look, I've been doing this shit just for competition, but you get a date. So, yeah. How it augmented the perception of people, sometimes even in groups, is almost downright paranormal. Almost. Nothing actually paranormal in. I'm certain there's actual inputs and variables which determine certain triggers that resulted in what we saw. On a personal note, I'm just happy none of the effects seemed to linger once we left the town. No Topa version of you hanging around Leo. No monster chasing TJ. No red figure following me. No visions of Keith from Micah or Heather. And you? Well, how's that possession by the roadside ghost working out for you? I rub my head, feeling the wealth from Brian's pistol whipping peeking out of my fur. I'm pretty sure he's gone. Huh. Who says you can't run from your traumas then? She winks and finds myself smiling a little goofily. This is all so insane, but I sure am glad she's here to talk me through it. Now chase Hunter, the true question. He turns to face the two books. What should we pick? This determines our fate, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to pick country. You know what? I don't know. Oh, cool callback. How about you choose? Then it gives me a quick nod. Whatever you say. Yeah, it's when he was supposed to pick the music in the bus on Route 65. Oh, here, this one looks good. She leans in and presses a button on the machine. And we finished it. I mean, Jenna's route, obviously, right? Okay. Sorry. Okay. Find TJ. Our mission now. Let's go. I'm really worried about TJ. He's a sensitive guy, and after a tongue lashing like that from someone like Flynn, I can't imagine what state he's in. I don't see him anywhere so as I scan the area. But I do see some trees and bushes further up along the riverbank. Since there's really no other place to hide, I assume that's where he's at. Sure enough, I see him immediately. He's sitting down, knees drawn up to his arms folded on top of them. He's got his forehead rested on top of his arms, staring down at the sand between his legs. I stand there for a moment, wondering if it will just be better to leave him alone. After a few seconds, I finally decide to sit down next to him. His ears flick in my direction, and he turns his head to the left, away from me. I notice a few wet spots between his feet. Maybe he just wants me left alone now? Okay, so first big decision coming up. So what are we doing here? Let me think. Let me think for a second. Okay, so we say something, we say nothing, we leave him be. I don't want to leave him be. You have no idea about TJ's route, really? Okay. I'm gonna say something because, yeah, why not? Let's just talk to TJ. Well, then it's perfect that you're here, Wildfire. You are gonna rediscover it. I decide that I need to break the silence. Hey, Teach. He doesn't say anything or move. You know how Flynn is? He's a dick. Against silence. Everyone knows he's a dick. No one's mad at you. He does move, then legs out straight and leaning back on his paws. He's still looking away from me, rubbing his face on his shoulder. Wanna go back and eat? Finally. I can't believe he did that. In front of everyone. I'm not sure what to say, so I stay quiet. Yeah, now you stay quiet, you fuck. After a minute, TJ finally turns his head looking into the river. The wind picks up. Reflections from the river highlighting motes of dust that swirl around us. His face fur is a bit mussed up, spiked up in a few places from being wet. It's an unusual sight to see his fur unkempt. I mean, what the fuck? What the heck? TJ unable to curse, even though it would probably be the best thing for him. He adjusts his leg to sit cross-legged like me and wipes his face again. Did you know what he was talking about? I take in a breath, unsure about how I should approach this. I think so. TJ's ears lower. Listen, no one else thinks anything happened. We're so little, especially you. I mean, I can't believe he's doing this. I trace a claw through the dirt, drawing some wavy patterns as I try to make sense of all of this myself. I think it's just because he was such a good friend with Sydney. And he just wants more than the truth. I look sideways at TJ. He's just sitting there looking at the ground. And I guess you were the only one that saw him, saw what happened. So he only has to go. So he only has you to go after. I saw him drown. I don't say anything, but I feel myself cringe inwardly. Pretty sure pretty soon tears are running down TJ's face, but he doesn't bother to wipe them away. Not just that, though, he's angry. I hear it in his voice as he goes on. I saw Sydney drown and Flint thinks the only one that hurts. He's the only one that hurts. He thinks that he's the only one that feels like he's in a nightmare. Well, maybe. His voice cracks and he looks away from me again, wiping his face. Maybe I haven't told him everything because I don't want him to have those images in his head. TJ takes a moment to steady his voice, working to get his breathing back to normal. I do want to know how our otter can drown, but I feel like we are about to find out. TJ makes a moment. Not about, but we are going to find out. TJ takes a moment to steady his voice, working to get his breathing back to normal. Sounds utterly dire. Yeah, it is. It is very dire. Utterly so. I just wish I could get back to that day. There's nothing you could have done. I know my words are meaningless crap and I hate myself for saying them. But I have to say something. No, you have to say... No, Chase, you can't shut the fuck up too. That is always an option. Just shut your mouth. Not one of us would have been able to do anything if we were there. Who would have? Well, besides, I already know I couldn't have saved him on my own. That isn't what... TJ takes a moment to wipe his face again. When he's done, he doesn't go on. I sit there in silence for a while after that, adjust myself so I can lean back against the rock behind me. Alright, Orion, thank you for being here and take care. I pat the ground. Sit next to me, Teach. He's calmed down for the most part, and after a moment he does crawl over to sit by me. I pick up a few pebbles and toss them into the river. Remember when we used to call it Seesaw River? Yeah. He leaves it at that, so I drop it. I rest my head back and close my eyes, only then realizing how tired I am. In some way I can see why Flint is so suspicious. Or at least why he's believing there's more to the story. There clearly is. But while I don't want TJ to tell me more about what happened, I could never bring myself to ask him. I honestly feel that if I ever want to help him with his past, I should probably come to terms with myself. I crinkle my brow, toying with the idea of going back. It's something I actively avoid thinking about. We all do. But like Jenna said, maybe talking about it, thinking about it, might actually help. I dig my fingers into the pebbles on either side of me. The images come in a quick flurry, like someone cycling through the Viewmaster too fast. The sky's getting cloudy, the air crisp. It's autumn. TJ's sitting in a daze, Jenna running back to town, Flynn pulling me into the water, me grabbing onto neck scruff, pulling back to the shore. Carl's sitting on a rock bawling. Leo starts trying to do compressions. And Sydney just stares. Sirens, the helicopter rotors, adults everywhere. I'm home. Mom's holding me. Dad puts me on my favorite movie I watch. But still, Sydney stares. I open my eyes again and the world is blurred. The light reflecting off the river makes me squint. I rub my eyes with the back of my paw and it comes away wet. My chest hurts and so does my head. Throbbing and buzzing. I know what else is throbbing right now. No, it isn't. I look over and luckily for me, TJ is leaning back with his eyes closed like I was. If revisiting that day is so horrible for me, I can't imagine what it's like for him. I decide right then and there that I'm going to press TJ on what happened. He wants to tell me more. He'll do it on his own accord. I kind of want to swim again, but at the same time I don't. That day really fucked up my view about water. He's ruined the whole trip. TJ speaks suddenly and I look over at him. I wouldn't go that far, TJ. Flynn, no, he hasn't. TJ finally looking at me. Then, and I'm struck by how disheveled and sad he looks. I feel anger bloom in my chest. All of it directed at Flynn. What a selfish prick. Thinking he had the right to ruin everyone's good time just because he felt like shit. I'm not sure, like, okay. If he were here right now, I'm pretty sure I'd punch him right in the gut. No, you wouldn't, Chase. You fuck wouldn't. No. Listen, we don't all need to hang out to have fun. We had fun in the park with just you, me, and Carl, remember? If Flynn wants to be a douchebag, then let him. We'll do our own thing. TJ sniffles and I see his tuft of ears perk up a little. Didn't you want to go hike to the trail? He smiles at Dad. He smiles at Dad and looks at me. You didn't want to hike, I could tell. Grin. Because it's so freaking hot, but seriously, we didn't come back here just to lay in a motel all week. And we can bring water. Just dump it on yourself every half hour. That's how I manage along with taking plenty of breaks. DJ leans back and spreads his leg out. DJ must be the most boring person in the world. I can see he's starting to get excited at the prospect of hiking, and that makes me feel better. Well, if you're able to do it, I guess I shouldn't complain. I look over his fluffy form, which by itself is enough to make me sweat even more than I'm already. You know, I always thought you'd go back after you graduated high school. The Great White North. I say it dramatically, nodding upwards as if that's where it is. The parents did. TJ's family moved to Echo when he was only 6, from a small town called Wasatchua. That's a name. His dad got a job in Echo to survey the land or do something with the wildlife. I can't remember exactly what it was. Oh well, I don't really remember, but I might after I graduate. They have some things up there that sound really nice. Free healthcare? Ah, that I guess, and snow. For a moment I wonder if snow is to a lynx as what is to another. A lot of snow did sound kind of exciting to me though. Here we'd be lucky to see a single dusting off it a year. So you're serious about hiking with me? Of course I am. I'm gonna bring some of my equipment too. I think I wanna get some shots of the canyon. Okay. He waggles his fur feet back and forth and I hide a grin at his enthusiasm. Alright. So we are going to have to get up around 6. Oh. I want to be able to make it to the canyon for lunch. We can rest for an hour or two and then. You can tell how excited TJ is by how much he talks. Well, if anyone's good for planning things out, a ridiculous, meticulous level, it's TJ. We sit there for another 20 minutes or so. Just talk about school and what our plans once we graduate. And promise TJ that we'll meet up again before I do. It's when I get a text from Jenna asking where we are. End up brushing off my pants before reaching down to help TJ. Well, we better get back. Guess they're all wondering where we are. When we get back, everything's packed up and in the van along with Carl and Jenna. Leo's leaning against the van waiting for us, his paws in his pocket. He looks at me, then over at TJ, obviously trying to gauge his mood. Everything good? Yeah. TJ answers before I can, and whether or not he actually is okay, he sounds happy enough. Well, alright then. We get in the van. At that point, No one saying anything as we make the short drive back to the motel. As we get out, Leo tells us all that he's going to have a word with Flynn, and despite the spoiled afternoon, we still had stuff to do over the week. I'm not too convinced myself that will happen. I'm convinced that it's going to be awkward as fuck if we do. Leo leaves for work at that point, though Carl does end up coming in with us to the motel room. The rest of the day is pretty uneventful. We watch a few movies, then go to the diner for dinner. Afterwards, we just sit in the room and talk. Carl filling us in on how things have been in the town for the past 3 years. It's not long before the conversation drifts back to Flynn and his outburst. I think he's just antsy because he's realizing how shitty it's been without you guys. Trust me, he's already kicking himself for it right now. Even if he is, it doesn't mean anything unless he apologizes. Oh, you know how he is, Jenna. He's sorry even if it won't say it. I don't care. He's going to have to realize that none of us have to put up with him anymore. Hey, why don't we all get some ice cream? I've been wanting to go to Ray's ever since we got here. It's hard to tell if TJ is trying to change the subject or actually wants ice cream. Probably both. Yeah, why not both? Heh, if you want to drive for half an hour to Peyton, sure. What? Why? They moved there. It sucks I haven't had their rock road for a year now. Oh. Well, let's just stop when we go to Peyton next. I assume we aren't staying in Echo for the rest of the trip. Oh, Chase, can you take us? Smile at him from my spot on the couch. Sure, why not? Yes, I love the cookie dough. What about you, Jenna? Jenna's busy looking at her phone. Oh, well, I've always enjoyed the butter almond. It's hard to find that flavor anywhere else. DJ looks at me in my open my mouth to answer. But for a moment I draw a blank. The memories of Ray's hazy blurred. My head is still buzzing. Vanilla. I've been feeling pretty shitty ever since I'd had that talk with TJ by the river. I make a mental note to steal some of Jenna's aspirin before I go to bed. How about you ask and not just steal it, you motherfucker? Well, Flynn was right about one of us at least. Oh. What's wrong with that? Everyone likes vanilla. I grin even though Carl's comments hurt me more than it should. He's joking after all. But I mean, who lost it, right? Personality of a rock. I think it's a good answer, especially if you put toppings on it. Oh my god. That comment is even worse. DJ is like, yeah, it's a good answer, but it's still shitty, you know? You gotta enhance it somehow. The buzzing picks up and I feel a dull pulse behind my eyes. The three of them continue to talk amongst themselves as I lean my head back against the couch. Close my eyes, trying to will away the pounding in my head. Oh boy, here we go. I open my eyes, the room is dark. Jenna is in her bed. TJ is in his. Carl's wrapped in a blanket on the floor. I lurch for my camera bag, then look around wide-eyed. I sit on the bed next to TJ and stare at the door. TJ stands on the edge of the lake staring across the It's shit, but it's good shit. It's always good shit in Echo. TJ stands at the edge of the lake, staring across to the other side. He has one paw in his pocket, the other holding a beer. He takes a drink from it. TJ doesn't drink beer. He pulls the tap off the top and flicks it towards the lake. He whistles like a weed cutter, keeping across the water and kicking up spray. Suddenly his ears snap up and he sees something I don't. He turns and starts to run. He's at a dead sprint. When his legs snap from under him, he falls to the rocks. Beer splashing everywhere. A chain is pulled taut from the leg connected to his ankle. I get up, wanting to help, but I can't. I look down, my wrist and ankle chained. Yo, you have to check your dreams, dude. Tuesday. The sun is bright and I'm pretty sure I can smell the fur searing on top of my head. It's the end of March, so it's not nearly as bad as it can be, but right now, under the sun like this, we've only been on the trail for about 10 minutes at this point, but I'm already regretting it. Great, Chase, you're such a great companion. Chase? DJ, who's about 5 feet ahead of me, turns around. It's at this point that I realize he's said something and I have no idea what it is. Everything okay? Yeah, sorry, what did you say? He looks concerned and walks back towards me. Remember, if you have a headache or feel sick to your stomach, or if you start feeling like you're not yourself, don't worry. Yay! Grocery shopping for Thanksgiving. What did you get? Don't worry, I'm fine. Try to give him a smile to show it's true, but he's already in the process of unscrewing a bottle of water from his backpack. No, wait, you don't have. He dumps half of it over my head, and I hurriedly unshoulder my camera bag. Watch the equipment! Sorry, Chase, but you're not having a heat stroke on my watch. You know I've studied otter physiology. You guys don't do well in dry, hot environments. Loads of food and drinks, hopefully good shit. Hopefully it's a fat fucking turkey you can't just stuff with all kinds of delights. He's pretty close to me having to dump the bottle over my head. I keep holding the bag away from my body while I look down at him. Water dripping from my whiskers. Otter physiology. Yeah, it's like your body, its parts and what they do. It's a little awkward that TJ knows how my body works for some reason. Oh, he knows all about your body, I presume. I feel like that sentence is going to bite me in the ass at some point. So like you've studied all our parts. The attempt at humor is weak in the first place. But I realized too late that I'm talking to TJ, and that he probably wouldn't laugh even if it was funny. He looks a little taken aback. Oh, well, yeah, we all have different anatomy. It's important to... He trails off and I can tell that he's blushing. He frowns at me. TJ's gonna die a virgin. He's gonna die a fucking virgin, isn't he? Are you making fun of me? What? No. I'm just trying to... He turns away suddenly and starts back to the trail. We should keep going, it's an all-day hike. I follow him quietly. It's hard to judge the type of expression he just had on his face. It wasn't exactly angry. More flustered? I'm pretty sure it's because he knows I like guys. Even in college, my straight male friends get uncomfortable when I joke about sex. Like they think I'm coming on to them. Yeah, that's kind of a thing that straight people do sometimes, not all of them. But some of them can get really uncomfortable for some reason if you joke about sex because, oh god, all gays will be after me, right? Dude, don't overestimate yourself. No one is gonna wanna fuck you, believe me. DJ's never told me how he feels about my sexuality. In fact, I know nothing about his sexuality. I think he dated a girl in high school, but that fell apart quickly. He had problems fitting in, so he befriended her. Obviously, she took it as him liking her, so she asked him out. DJ, of course, couldn't say no. He's always on a quest to make other people happy. Anyway, he definitely isn't homophobic. How do you know? Maybe he's the biggest homophobe around right now. He seemed really happy for me when he found out I was going out with Leo. And he seemed really sad when he found out that we broke up. He doesn't exactly follow any particular Christian denomination that I know. He hasn't even weighed in on the whole Jesus species debate. Yeah, what species would Jesus be? That is actually a cool little tidbit about this world, that they are discussing what kind of species Jesus would be. From what I gather, TJ just likes the spirituality of the whole thing. Once Leo told me that TJ is the type of Christian that Christians always say they are, but definitely aren't. I have to agree. 2 hours later, I'm pretty sure I'm going to die. I'm practically stumbling after TJ. The link's 15 feet ahead of me. He doesn't even know this either, cheerfully marching along up the steep trail over rocks as if they aren't even there. I'm dying, literally dying. My foot slips and I plant my face. I lay there waiting for TJ. TJ's got to take me. Chase! You hear some stumbling and TJ slides up next to me. My body sending a cascade of gravel over my head. Oh gosh, are you okay? You hear the telltale sound of an unscrewing bottle. I turn my head to the other side. No. A gush of water hits me right in the face, and I jerk up, sputtering and wiping my eyes. For the love of God, TJ, stop it! Let's get you to some shade. He grabs me around the arms and starts dragging me towards a big boulder. Calm down, I can walk. Are you sure? Yes. TJ's looking incredibly worried right now, hovering over me as I make my way to sit against the boulder. Dude, I'm fine. I'm just tired. I don't know how you do it. TJ is a very sportive and fit individual. That's how he does it. You're a little warm. You should rest here a bit. He takes out another bottle of water. It's like he's brought 50 of the damn thing. He told you he's brought 50 of them. Should probably get your clothes wet. I put a paw on his shoulder. TJ, calm down. I'm fine. You sure? Because TJ stops babbling and looks me in the eyes. The water bottle in one paw, the cap in the other. And I kinda can't imagine how both just look each other in the eyes, and then TJ just slowly starts pouring water over Jay. What's up? He looks at me for a second and breaks eye contact, slowly screwing the cap back on the bottle. Sorry, I just want to make sure you're okay. I'm the one that asked you to come. Relax. I'm just being a little dramatic. Alright, if you're sure. I am, but I could use a drink. Yay! What's up? How are you doing, Nana? He hands me the bottle. Good idea. Have you been making sure to drink a lot? I have plenty. Yep, my piss is crystal clear. Imagine getting like force-fed water from a lynx. It's like kinda really Hope all is good with you. Yeah, everything is fine. It's the usual, you know. Streaming, talking, reading, having fun. We are like really far into this visual novel right now, and I do enjoy it a lot. It's really good. Good. DJ's muscle quirks as I take a long draught of water from the bottle. I cap it at burp. You know what? I think it's because I'm starving. When are we gonna eat? Not yet. We have to make it to the top first. I have some granola bars though. You dude, hungry for real food. Anyone else getting ready for Thanksgiving? I mean, I would, but Thanksgiving is not really a thing over here. On the other hand, I could just not give a shit and buy a duck and do like a duck roast. Where's my body pillow? I don't see it. The body pillow is currently getting reworked. Currently getting reworked a little bit. And then it's gonna be back. Yo, dude, I'm hungry for real food. It is real food. Anyway. By the way, don't eat too many granola bars, kids, because you get horrendous constipation from it. Man, I didn't have roast duck in like 100 years. We buy drinks just before the family gathers. Nice. When is Thanksgiving again? It's like next week, right? It's on Thursday. Besides, this is the hardest part and it's almost over. Next Thursday, yeah. Already got our turkey out. Oh, Jesus. Already got the turkey out. Let's go. I need some turkey too. Or I do duck. We'll see. But it's just a normal Thursday, so I would postpone it to like Sunday maybe next week. Duck roast, huh? Damn, that would be nice. Like seared in the pan and then back into the oven. Like a duck breast. Oh shit. The red wine sauce. Yeah, it could be good. I get to torment you. Turkey's good. And hey, Friday is normal for me next week. Yeah, I know. We gonna do something together. I still need to think what I do with you, but I think I have an idea. I have a pretty good idea of what we are gonna do. Besides, this is the hardest part and it's almost over. It's all downhill after this. Literally. I can tell he's getting anxious to start moving again. Gonna take one last gulp and get up. I don't get how you're so damn unaffected by the heat. I still need to get a turkey, but other than that, we got everything else. Nice. Oh, I am. I'm just keeping wet. I kinda wanna make a, I should probably do something with sweet potato. Sweet potato mash when I do the duck breast. Yeah, that's actually... My problem is that I buy turkeys in bulk when they hit 69 cents a pound. 69, nice. It sticks slick to his torso, showing off his tight chest and flat stomach, his navel, a dark indent through the fabric. I make sure I don't stare too long, not wanting to make him feel awkward again. Either way, I can feel my crotch area getting a little tight. Jeez. Feeling my crotch area getting a little tight. Being in a hotel with 2 other people didn't exactly give me much time to relieve stress. Maybe my straight friend did have a reason to be worried. I keep my eyes focused on TJ's. I guess it's how you can keep moving like you do. Here's in the middle of the desert, where I run 3 miles on the track every day at school. Jesus, jeez. We start up the trail again. TJ's sticking by my side now. I feel bad about holding him back, but at least now it's likely I'm gonna eat shit again. We did it. TJ looks over the view as I stare up behind him. So this was completely different from Jenna's route because Jenna was missing and he didn't go for a piss. I'm not as beaten up as I was earlier, but my legs are really starting to kill me. I lean over with my paws on my knees, panting. Swimming is definitely a better way to work out. DJ turns on me abruptly and I straighten up, smiling. He holds both paws, grinning. Thank you for the emojis. I can't really see what they are, King Alpha, but amazing. It's hearts. Hearts, I think. High five. I slapped them with gusto and TJ laughs, pulling off his backpack and sitting down on a rocky bench. They are turkey. Oh my god. They are turkeys. Jesus. Orko, what are you doing? They are turkeys. Yeah. Now that you say it, it's turkeys. I've made a turkey roast once, and that was on Christmas. That thing barely fit in our oven. And it was a fucking nightmare. Like, we had so many leftovers because not everyone came. And it was... we ate so much turkey. I think I've had enough turkey for my entire life. What's this? A rock bench. It's always been here. I think some seniors from the old school made it, see? He scoots over, pointing at the back, and I look closer. Etched out in large letters and numbers is Echo High Class of 59. They should have taken 69. They used to paint the year. They used to paint the year on the canyon too. You can still see some of them. Sure enough, I can see some white lines on the canyon wall. A 52 here, a 72 there. The school closed after 1980, so I assume there's nothing after that. I sit next to him and lean my head back, closing my eyes. While the hike had been a massive bitch, I still don't regret coming. Oh, I bet you regret not coming. Just not just for TJ's sake, but also because there's something nice about being isolated like this. Like, we are the only people on Earth. I feel a weight fall on my lap, and I look down, expecting to see a tasty sandwich. Instead, I find a big fat hairy tarantula. I freeze as my brain processes what's going on. Then I scream and take a swipe at it. At the same time, doing a sort of spastic dance to the right. I slide off the bench and onto the ground where I roll several times to get away. Holy fucking shit! Fucking shit, son of a bitch! I roll to my feet and stumble back further away from the bench. Eyes scanning the ground for the giant ass spider that is sure to be after me. Then, that's when I realize TJ's laughing. TJ, that wasn't very nice of you. Jace, calm down. It's... He holds up the giant spider, its frozen rigidness telling me what he couldn't finish. TJ this whole time. Ha! Look at this idiot who's deathly afraid of spiders. TJ's still laughing, but I'm still hugging myself, shivering and flinching every time I see something spindly. I'm shocked, but not because of what just happened, but because TJ did it to me. Fucking TJ. I feel betrayed. I glare back at him as he beckons me with a paw, wiping at his eyes with the other. I mean, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. But Jenna made me promise her that I'd do it. That figures. Jenna is the type to always play pranks in the air. I hate to say it, but it's because she's a fox. I rub my arms up and down with my paws shivering again. I can't believe you. You know how much I hate spiders. One of my worst fears had always been that of a tarantula getting into my room. I used to regularly shake the bed sheets out when I found out they lived around Echo. I'm sorry. I thought you might not even fall for it. You know the ones around here are blonde, right? Yeah, TJ. That's the first thing that comes to my mind when I find a fucking spider on my lap. His ears lower at that point and he stops laughing. I can't tell he's trying to not smile. Listen, Chase, I'm sorry. Let's eat. I know you're hungry. Oh, that's a nice image. Let me screenshot that so I can use that next. SA. Unwrapped sandwich finds another spider. Exactly, that's like... That's the perfect thing. My stomach is painfully hollow right now. I slowly walk back to the bench. I tried... Imagine Chase being in Cambodia and then getting offered a grilled tarantula. Imagine that. He's gonna probably shit his fucking legs. He squirts some hand sanitizer from a little bottle on my paws first before he lets me. We share a bag of chips and eat quietly for a few minutes, just taking in nature. Still, even out here, I'm able to hear the train horns. I feel bad about the silence though, since I'm worried TJ will think that I'm mad at him. I mean, I'm annoyed, but he's just too damn innocent to actually be angry with. The sun's beating straight down. The sun's beating straight down on us at this point. And it's uncomfortable feeling my semi-damp shirt rubbing up against my fur. Setting aside my foot for a moment, I strip off my shirt, the wetness giving me a bit of trouble. Oh my! Chase is stripping in front of TJ. As I do, TJ stiffens up next to me, I look over at him, and right away it's pretty clear he's trying not to look at me. I wonder if TJ is one of those guys that's embarrassed about showing any kind of fur. I mean, he might be. You never know, right? He's only ever took off his shirt to swim. And even then, he always seemed embarrassed about it. Are you trying to help him out of the closet here, Chase? You wanna force a motherfucker out of the closet, huh? Are you that kinda gay? At that moment, both our paws slide into the chip bag. Both our paws slide into the chip bag at the same time, and TJ jumps, pulling his paws back away. I look over at him, quirking an eyebrow. Sorry? What? Never mind. Watch him take out his phone and look over his messages. When he turns the screen off, he pauses. I realize he's looking at his reflection, adjusting the fur on his face, pawing at both sides until it seems satisfied. Again, this is something we did when he was much younger, back when he was obsessed with his cheeks rough, being perfectly even. I don't say anything though, and I keep eating, bouncing one of my knees up and down. It's damn awkward, and I can't figure out why. Usually it's easy to talk to TJ, mostly because he had a lot of things to talk about. I try to think of something to say. Remember when I made fun of you for the way you used to say sorry? TJ gives a bright, high-pitched laugh, and that makes me relax. Feeling like I just broke the ice on a first date. I don't like where this is going. Yeah, it's one of those things you said to me. I was trying so hard to fit in, and you just put me on the spot in front of everyone. The scene plays out in my mind as TJ talks. Imagine the 7-year-old lynx looking way too small with puffy winter fur. He just backed into me while trying to catch a ball thrown by Leo, and had turned all the way around full of smiles. Sorry! I pointed and laughed. Jesus, Chase, you're a fucking asshole. Don't you mean sorry? That mortified look followed by what would become TJ's trademark run back home crying. Oh yeah, oh god. Must have practiced that word 100 times when I got back home. There's a little pang in my heart at the image of kid TJ trying to say sorry over and over again, trying to get it right. Well, I'm sorry for making fun of you for it. Why? It was so long ago. Besides, you were just assimilating me into the culture, sort of. Man? If it makes you feel better, Leo did get mad at me after you ran away. TJ having trouble keeping his lettuce wrapped turkey together. So, are you and him, doing alright? I think so. We had a good talk a few days ago. That's good. He gives up on holding the wrap together and instead just starts picking up the remnants from the plastic. Were you lonely after you left? I try to not act surprised that TJ is asking me this question. Yeah, really lonely. I had a terrible first semester. What about now? Kind of. I guess I just haven't been able to find someone I connect with like I did Leo. Then again, the GSA at the university is practically dead, so who knows? Maybe after I graduate. We eat in silence for a while longer. And though it's less awkward, I'm still trying to figure out what brought TJ to ask me those questions. And crumble up the plastic and toss it in my backpack before getting up. Alright, now I gotta find a good view to get my shots. Your back shots, huh? Shouldn't take too long. Oh, there's a great view of the canyon just up the trail here. He gestures in that direction with a half-eaten wrap. I wave to let him know I heard and make my way up the trail. The town's namesake isn't much of a canyon. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to do something and then we continue this. Ruggles is actually correct. I'm back. I was hunting elves. And when I mean hunting elves, I went into my torture basement and just cut off a piece of elf from a living elf. A spider in a sandwich. That's new. Yeah, it is. And it's funny. Especially when it comes to Chase. Welcome, Ruggles. The town's namesake isn't much of a canyon. Probably wouldn't even realize. It is one without being told. Good shit. I only caught a live stream. Yeah, I know. Time zones and shit. Feet press pebbles over the side. They clatter down the edge of the cliff. It's dizzying, and I dig my toes into the rocks, feeling as if I'm going to trip over. Tears and rain mingle, finally letting go. Going limp, wind giving the final push. I back away. Impact. Impact instead of release. Pain. I feel the buzzing starting up in my head again, and I sigh as I bend over and reach my camera back. Ruggles, how are you doing? I almost wish I could stay here until sunset, since the canyon would be a great backdrop for it. But I definitely don't want to hike back in the middle of the night. It doesn't take long. And about 5 minutes later, I've got all the footage I need. Hiking all this way definitely isn't worth it. But, of course, that's not the reason why I did it. You finished? DJ walks up behind me as I'm bending over, putting my camera away. Yep. He hands me a water bottle, and I take it from him, gratefully pouring it over my head and chest, the fur flattening down over my body. DJ looks at my torso, his muscle working at the corner a bit. You know, you kind of look like Jared Grease. I raise my eyebrow at him. The survivalist from the Wilderness channel? Bear Grylls, yes! Better drink my own piss. What, just because I'm out in the wilderness and shirtless? Well, you're saying all otters look the same? No, I mean, just because you're an otter. I mean, your bodies are. I mean, again, TJ got me questioning certain things about him. TJ, I am kidding. Yeah, right, of course. He rubs his shoulder sheepishly as he slowly walks up to the edge next to me. Wow. He gets closer to the cliff. No, he does it in a manner in which he spread out his legs and arms, bracing himself against the ground. He peers over the side, looking absolutely ridiculous. We are so high up. I smirk, sneaking up behind him. We should just shove him. So DJ is over. DJ is cancelled. Should we do nothing? Should we be the passive chase that we always have been? I feel like doing nothing is like the worst thing. I would grab him. I grinned and suddenly slapped both of my paws on his shoulders. Ah! He flops out to twice his size almost instantly and flates around like a cartoon. Now, I'm sure to keep my grip firmly on his paws. Quickest bad end ever, yeah. One of his windmilling paws catches me in the stomach. My laughing is cut off in a grunt, and I quickly pull myself back before he can accidentally launch himself off the cliff. Jesus, TJ, calm down. Dude, you fucking grabbed him on the cliff. You think he's going down, huh? It's going down now, baby. God, how does this song go? Down, down, baby. Da, 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 da. Before I know it, he's got his arms wrapped around my body. Stumble back, clinging him as well. We stand like that for a few seconds, and I can't help but guiltily feel a little bit tight in the pants. Jesus! Oh my God! Chase! Stop! You need help! You can't be this horny! It doesn't last long though, and soon TJ lets go and sweats me in the chest with the back of his paw. Are you kidding me, Chase? How could you? He's going down, I'm yelling. He's going down, I'm yelling, TJ! Now Pitbull starts rapping somewhere. I respond, but I'm busy trying to stop laughing. TJ wipes his paws on his pants. You got all your sweating on me. Haha. Hey, didn't think I'd get you back after the tarantula prank. It wasn't real. I could have died. Calm down, you're safe now. I put a paw around his shoulder and pull him in close. He tenses up but does relax after a few seconds. You're all wet and sweaty. You'll air dry. Those two are gay as shit. That's when DJ lets out a sudden loud yell that almost makes me jump out of my fur. Yeah! I put both paws over my ears. DJ, what the frick? He frowns. Where's the echo? Huh? Called Echo Canyon. Isn't it supposed to echo? Hey! I yell too. DJ lowering his ears a bit as he waits for the response. His ears perk. I think I heard it. Maybe we are just in the wrong area. But we are like right in front of it. DJ leans forwards, as if that will help, and cups his paws around his muzzle before yelling as loud as he can. Yeah! This time I do hear a return. It's muffled, scratchy, ugly, but it's an echo, right? DJ makes a face. That sounded kinda creepy. Must be the echo from all the dead kids in the mine. Oh, wait. Heh. Well, what did you expect? Everything's crappy here. Including echoes. Blah! Again, we are answered with a raspy, ugly response. My voice twisted and distorted. Seems a bit silly to name the entire town after that. I think it fits. I grunt as I sit down, spreading out my legs with a sigh. DJ does the same except with his legs crossed. You really hate this place, don't you? He looks sideways at me. You don't? Of course not. All my best friends are from here. I mean, some of it is bad, but why let that bad taint the good? I make a non-committal grunting sound. I wish we all could have come up here. I really... Wait, what? He really does look disappointed. And I feel bad about that. What am I... not good enough? Why is it always about you, Chase? DJ giggles. I'm really glad you came. It means a lot. It would have been pretty lonely otherwise. I look over at him, and he's looking me right in the eye. His powder blue gaze is really pretty, with the sunlight hitting it like that. He's smiling, and I smile back. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. I break eye contact to adjust his sitting position, so I can get it out of his pocket. Probably Jenna checking in on. I turn to look back at him when he goes quiet, his furrowing brow at the phone, as if trying to figure out what it says. Everything alright? Slowly his face relaxes, but now his expression is dull. His eyes glazed over. DJ. I start to lean sideways to get a look at what the message might be, but TJ quickly shoves it back into his pocket. Nothing, just a long message from my mom. Why are you lying, TJ? I can tell right away he's lying. Which is fucking crazy because I don't think TJ ever lied to me. At least not so easily. Is it bad? No, just something about when I come home for the summer. Oh, okay. It's weird because I know he's lying, and she probably knows I know he's lying. I bet it's Leo. Yeah, it probably is. It's always Leo. Leo is always the troublemaker. But still, here we are, playing along. He stares quietly at the canyon for a few weak seconds, and stands up, brushing himself off. Alright, let's go. The cheerfulness in his voice is forced. It just sounds like he's about to cry. Like I said, it's all downhill from here, literally. Yeah, maybe I should give you a shove, huh? It's more like down fly. He turns away quickly and starts back down the trail, wiping his face. I hang back, wanting to give him time to get over whatever it is that's bothering him. I wonder if it's something to do with family, like a grandparent passing away or something. I'd feel too intrusive asking about it now, so I decide to put it off until tomorrow. I feel like this is something else. This shit's weird, man. The hike back is like TJ said, literally downhill. So it's way easier to come than coming up. TJ's still a little overbearing, making sure I have water and dumping a few unsolicited bottles over my head. Unsolicited water bottles, here you go, bitch. Bam! Even then, he's still acting a bit detached. I try to stay upbeat though, since TJ's never been one to sulk for too long. I get him warmed back up pretty quickly. By the time we get back to the car, he's in a talkative mood again. So I'm just thinking we get Jenna and go to the diner for dinner. Sound good? Yeah, I'll text her. I reach out, turn on the radio, then I remember where we are. So now that we've got hiking out of the way, what we are gonna do for the rest of the trip. We've got like 3 days left. TJ rests his elbows against the door, tugging at the fur of his chin. Well, there are more trails than just one. We could hike those too. How about fucking no, TJ? I cringe inwardly at the thought of more hiking, but I don't say anything, and I'm pretty sure TJ knows I'm not into it. But you still need to do your stuff for your project too, right? I could help you with any research you might need to do. Maybe. It's pretty boring stuff. Well... yeah, exactly. That's what I'm gonna do, Ruggles. I'm gonna fill it with elfin ears, elfin intestines, and elfin slaves. Well, the work, yeah, but hanging out together would make it fun. I grin at his eagerness. Well, alright, but I warn you, it's a pain in the ass. I mean butt. TJ boring in my mouth. TJ likes to live on the edge. He's like... He helps other people with their boring research. He's a true edge runner. TJ smirks at me. Chase, you don't have to try so hard. Anyway, I just want to help. It turns out Jenna just walked from the motel to the diner, not really wanting to wait for us. Me and TJ step inside, greeted by the smell of what you'd expect in any diner. Burgers and fries. So, burnt meat and old fat. Okay, got it. You know where you can't find old fat too? In our liposuction clinic. Oh, God, that bad joke. I am flooded with old memories. It's a place that I had gone to eat every weekend for over 10 years of my life. I smile despite myself. While I complained a lot about Echo, this place held incredible memories, most of which involved my 5 friends. We see Jenna right away as she steps out from a booth next to the door. Hey boys, hey! Sup? Sup, bitch? We make our way over to the booth. TJ's sitting on the opposite bench while Jenna steps back to let me pass and sit next to her. She wrinkles her nose as I do. Maybe you should have showered before you got here. Thanks, Jenna. TJ probably smells too. Nah, he smells fine. Of course he does. Thanks, Jenna, and I don't blame Chase. Others are naturally musky. I decided not to say anything and instead pull a menu out of the metal holder and flip through. My Apple device already activated itself, but this time I dodged that it says anything. I decide not to say anything, instead pull a menu out of the metal holder and flip through it. the table is greasy, so I don't. So I try not to lean anything on it. So did you guys have fun? Yeah, made it all the way to the top. We did it faster than I thought we would, actually. Yeah, exactly. That is a word that activates it, I found out. I was going to say in a retirement home. Yeah, that too. That's where you find a lot of old fat as well. You're right, Wildfire. Maybe we can combine our jokes and say it's a liposuction clinic for old people. Yeah, he really freaked out. I knew it. Did you film it? No. What? That's the reason you pull pranks. Why didn't you film it? Forgot? I glare at the menu. Shouldn't let her corrupt you so easily, TJ. I try to think of some Satan metaphor that I can use. And that's when the giant plastic spider lands a smack on top of the menu I'm looking at. Ah! Can't help myself but to shove the menu and the spider away. For myself to fall over onto TJ's bench. I look up and Jenna filming me with her phone grinning. Stop it! I half-heartedly grab at the phone, but Jenna easily puts it away. Oh my word, is that Chase? I look up and see the middle-aged coyote making her way from the back of the kitchen and around the counter. It's Janice! She's not busy pissing into the desert right now. Hi, Janice. And Jenna and Tobias, too. Smile politely, only now realizing how loud our bantering must be in the small diner. Now, what in the world are y'all doing back here? I thought I wouldn't see you again after your graduation. You probably won't see them after the graduation ever again, Janice. That's tomorrow, I think. Yeah, you're right. It could be tomorrow. We had Tuesday. I think she's pissing into the desert on Wednesday. Yeah, you're correct about that, I think. I've known Janice as long as I can remember. Her having always worked in this diner. In fact, she started here when she was about our age. Just like most of the town, though, once you're comfortable, you don't move much. Chase is filming the town for a school project. We decided to make it a little reunion out of it. Well, isn't that nice? I bet Leo is mighty happy. He's been talking non-stop about you three since y'all left. Yeah, he's pretty organized. He pretty much organized the whole thing. Dennis suddenly makes a face. Phew-wee, it's ripe over here. Hey, that's a nice way of telling people that it fucking reeks. My face burns and I sit hard on my tail staring at the menu. No, I think Duke sat here, forgot to spray the scent neutralizer. You know how weasels are. I feel Jenna stiffen up next to me, but thank God she doesn't say anything. Yeah, anyway, how have you been, Janice? Janice leans her hip against TJ's bench, clasping her paws and leaning an elbow on the back of it. Oh, can't complain, you haven't missed anything, trust me. Actually, I've been meaning to do a little spring cleaning. Not looking forward to it. My back doesn't bend like it always did. Especially for Bronson, huh, Janice? All the small town niceties, and the speciesism is starting to make me zone out when suddenly TJ pipes up. We'll help. Janice beams. Well, you know, I could never ask that of you, especially while you're on vacation. TJ chuckles. Actually, me and Chase were talking about how we had nothing to do. Can somebody slap TJ in the fucking face? I think it's a good idea. I can see from Janice's tight smile that she's feeling exactly the way I am. TJ and his goddamn need to be a Samaritan. Not Tobias, you're an incredible young man. You know that? Hey, just wanting to help, ma'am. When can we come over? Oh, I don't know. How about sometime tomorrow evening? Down when it's nicer and cool? You're busy pissing into the desert in the afternoon, huh? Sure. Well, thanks again. Toby, you're really one of a kind. DJ beams up at her, then at me, and frowns as he sees the look on my face. He wanted to, do his research. DJ, you're not doing that. I'm an Eagle Scout, and dang, that's sticking your neck out just a bit too much. Now what can I get for you? After Janice takes our order, she bustles off back to the back, leaving me and Jenna to glare at TJ. TJ at first pretends he doesn't notice and starts to adjust the salt and pepper shakers, trying to place them evenly between the menu holders. And that was nice seeing her again. I think TJ just wants to score himself a MILF so he gets laid. Maybe that's it. We don't say anything. Finally, the tension becomes too much, and he gives up on the salt pepper shakers to look at us. What? Look, you know exactly what. You didn't come here to clean up Echo's mess. Speaking of which, Jenna reaches past me, grabs a towelette and starts wiping our table, wrinkling her snout. Disgusting. There's no harm in helping someone. Chase told me you didn't know what else we would do. DJ starts to doodle on a napkin with one of his coloring pencils from the pack they leave on the tables. Honestly, teacher, I'd rather hike another trail. Please don't. I'm marinating in your other musk right now. These people love each other. This is the most dysfunctional friend group in the entire universe. I'm sure of that. I mean, we already know that by now after we played 3 routes of this, but oh boy! God damn it! Chase! Glaring, I nudge Jenna to slide off the bench so I can get out. When she does, I stomp my way over to the single restroom. I sigh, I let out a heavy door, ease shut behind me, pressing on the push button style lock. The quiet coolness is a welcome relief, even if it is a restroom. Man, every game has that muskrat. Yeah. I feel like that's a bit of a fetish here. Tonight, the otter's barely disguised fetish. I put my palms to my eyes and rub them in a circular motion, trying to ease the headache that has been building up since the afternoon. I stand in front of the sink and run my paws under the faucet for a while before bringing some water up to my face. It feels good, but the headache continues to pound. In fact, it feels like it's getting worse. Because you haven't been pounded a lot recently, Chase. I squint at the mirror, the light suddenly becoming too bright for my eyes. Is this a migraine? I've never had one before, have I? I continue staring at my face, feeling the pressure build. Pretty soon there's a strange sound in my ears, like a tuning orchestra, and I feel my heart rate pick up. What the hell is this? Is this a stroke? Am I having a stroke? At that moment, looking at myself in the mirror, my eyes just drop. They move in towards the center of my face. At the same time, the sides of my muscle curves up unbelievably high, giving me a ghastly smile, one that goes up and up past the top of my head. Fleetingly, I remember playing with my laptop's camera once, putting on some effect so that my face would distort in ridiculous ways. Are you sure Chase is talking to other people? I am not. I don't think he will tell anyone, even after the third time. It's Chase after all, Wildfire. It almost looks exactly like that. Then the earth gives way, falls out from under me, and my paws slap the thing as I hold on to it to stop from falling sideways into the wall. He's going to the back rooms. The fuck? My voice squeaks as I try to find my footing. I shut my eyes to stop myself from throwing up, and slowly the roaring dies down and I feel myself regain my balance. I crack my eyes open and I see my face is back to normal. The light at a terrible level again. I open my eyes. The rest of the way, and stare at myself, my reflection staring wide-eyed back. I'm breathing hard, my chest heaving, pupils dilated. Looking down at my knuckles, I see the skin is white through the fur. I slowly let go of the sink and look at my shaking paws. What the hell? My muscle is dry, and I swallow a few times. I take a drink, but I don't trust the dirty faucet. After a few moments, I'm able to calm down, realizing that I'm probably not dying. In fact, my head feels pretty clear at the moment. I'm pretty sure it was a migraine. Migraines can do that to people, right? Yeah, sure, baby. Migraines do that to people all the time. I draw in a shaky breath again before grabbing a few paper towels from the dispenser. I run them lightly under the water, adding a few new pumps of foamy soap as well. My mom has migraines all the time. I'll call her about it tomorrow. Able to keep my paw steady now. I run the soap under my... After a quick look, I make sure the door is locked. I undo my belt and push down my pants and boxes around my thighs. I really want to take care of that musk smell. I'm gonna have to go down under. I run a few more paper towels under the faucet and soap dispenser. Just as I'm sliding the towel against my tail base, I hear a knock and the levers I handle rattle. I jump and look back, not really worried since I know it's locked. Because this place is a fucking piece of shit, I'm just in time to see the button lock pop out. Oh no! The handle swings down, and the door opens up enough for a lynx head to poke through. There I am, pants down, a paper towel under my tail, looking like I'm wiping my ass while I moon my Christian best friend. I think we stay like that for at least 10 seconds before TJ blinks first. Oh my gosh, sorry. He squeaks it out so fast and I barely hear it before he yanks his head out and the door closes with a snap. Fucking fuck. I snarl between my teeth as I scrub myself and throw away the towel. I feel like I'm gonna cry. It's like the entire universe is conspiring against me right now. I sigh and wash my hands, realizing that the longer I delay going out there, the stupider I'm gonna look. When I come back out, I see TJ stand up immediately, eyes straight ahead as we walk past each other before he heads into the bathroom. Jenna stands up to let me back into the booth. Everything alright? Yeah. As we sit back down, Jenna sips her glass of water, then starts sucking on an ice cube. So, I know TJ had fun, but did you? I drop my fingers on the table. Still feel a bit numb from embarrassment. Yeah, it was fine. About as miserable as I thought I would be. So no surprises. Very miserable, indeed. Honestly, I actually kind of wished I'd gone with you two. Oh yeah? When I remembered that AC is a thing, so I didn't feel that way anymore. At least you're built for that kind of weather. True, doesn't mean I have to like it. So what do you do? Sit around all day? I started for a while, then Flynn and Leo came by actually. Oh really? Yeah. They wanted to have lunch with us. And Leo was pretty disappointed when he found out you weren't there. Oh shit. I don't know why I went into the backlog. They brought a bunch of presents for Carl and had me choose which one to give him. One I wanted to give him. How thoughtful. Jenna shrugs. Anyway, Flynn was pretty quiet. She doesn't say anything more, so I press her. Oh. Yeah, it's just kind of subdued, I guess. He might be feeling sorry, I don't know. Well, here's hoping he comes around. Anyways, they are planning a surprise birthday party for Carl. Isn't that not for a few weeks? Yeah, but we want to have it while we are all here. Jenna drags a drop of condensation around the outside of her glass for a moment. Just between you and me, and don't tell TJ this because I told him I wouldn't tell you, but he said he was really glad to have you along. He said you're what he misses most about this town. Really? I'm kind of surprised. We are really good friends, but to say I was what he missed the most. I look outside again. The sky is painted red, orange, and what almost looks like purple. He drew this so I could see what happened when he pranked you, to make up for not recording it. I look back down at the table as Jenna slides over the napkin TJ had been doodling on. A stick figure with a tail, thick tail, assuming to be me, lying on the ground with his mouth bigger than his face as he screams. Next to him is a giant spider. Standing over him Standing over them both is a stick figure with a big tough ears. I assume TJ with a stick put up over his face, clearly feeling guilty. Cute. Isn't it though? Despite my sarcasm, I really do think it's cute, especially the TJ figure. Shit. What? Forgot my purse. She stands up. I'll be right back. Huh? Why? I'll pay for you. Don't worry about it. The motel's like 5 minutes away. You can pay me back. But she's already out the door. I sigh, watching her make her way down the road through the window. Then when TJ slides back into his bench, I quickly look down, feeling my cheeks burn all over again. Now he's alone, not having a bad... Nothing bad will happen now. No, not at all. It's gonna be not terrible. Sorry about that, I just wanted to wash up too. I don't know why, considering TJ looks unkempt no matter what he does. I force myself to look up. Funny drawing. He looks at the napkin and gives it a little laugh. Oh, haha, she showed you that? Wait, where'd she go? Forgot her purse. Oh. He sits unbearably awkward. Silence for a while. For finally, sigh and lean in. My face against the paw as I stare hard out of the window. Okay, so I wasn't wiping my ass. You know, others have glands. Face. I look over TJ and he's smiling. I know, I shouldn't have opened the door. You were just taking a while and we were wondering if you were alright. I look up as I see Janice making her way over. Our food on a giant tray. I guess it's really the lock's fault. Oh, having problems with the restroom door. Make sure it's jammed shut real tight. Should lock then. Thanks. As the plates are set down, I'm faintly surprised at the portion sizes. Not used to getting this much in the city. Yeah, in the countryside you usually get a lot more on your plate. Janice immediately bustles off to another customer. Anyway, and you know? I look up from my giant sandwich and fries, grabbing the ketchup bottle. It was kind of cute. DJ immediately looks down, pretending to read the menu, even though we've already ordered our food. I feel my brows almost going to shoot off my forehead as I stare at him. What does applewood smoked even mean? Oh no, you're not getting out of that easy. Did you just call my butt cute? No. DJ's ears fall flat. I'm kind of satisfied that he's the one feeling embarrassed right now. I just like others have cute tails, that's all. I really do want to know where this goes. I can't really imagine DJ being like someone who does things. Kinda always picture him like asexually, to be honest. I snored. Yeah, I can see, by the way, you drew mine here. Sorry. Don't be. Yeah, I'm testing the waters here. Of course you do, Chase. You're fucking... It's been a while since I've played this game with a guy and who the fuck thought the next one would be TJ, but here I am. Like, is this group Chase's harem? Is that really it? Is this in just a harem porn in disguise? I keep looking over at TJ, waiting for him to look up. Finally, he does look up at me for a moment. We lock eyes. I smirk, he smiles in return before looking back down. Well, that's something. I sit on a big rock next to the shore, watching the tiny waves lap at the smaller rocks. Across the lake, maybe half a mile away, I see my friends, all of them, floating on something. It's my car. They are all in my car. Leo's driving. Got sunglasses on. Even from the distance, I see him look across the lake at me. He waves, then makes a finger gun, shoots it at me, making a clicking sound with his tongue. Flynn sits next to him, head back, sleeping. Carl's drawing on his face. Jenna sits in the back and reads. And TJ? Where's TJ? There he is. He's swimming after the car. Collars fall flat. I feel sticky and sick. Something isn't right. I'm at the canyon again. I'm looking over the edge. TJ's on the ground. He's staring at me. Maggots in his eyes. Something moves in the bushes next to him. Something. A paw. Is that a paw? It reaches out towards TJ. The lake. I'm staring at the lake. But the day is clear. The sky is blue. And there are things in the water. 5, 6 things float in the water. Bodies. Bodies float in the water. I watch the bodies float, popping up and down, and one looks really familiar. This isn't right. This isn't me. What is this? Something across the lake. I see something across the lake. There's a tool shed. A tool shed is across the lake. And I see the door open. There isn't a tool shed next to the lake. Something steps out. Wednesday. All right, this is a perfect... You know what it is? The perfect way to end all of this. So, everyone, thank you for watching. Thank you for joining. Like I said, I'll be back on next week, Saturday, with more Echo. I think we are slowly getting into the nitty-gritty of it. At least it seems like it, with TJ's route being already more like etheric and fucked up than the other routes. So everyone, thank you for watching. The Orc is back next week. Watch out for the schedule on Twitter and on the Discord server, or here on YouTube. And that being said, thank you everyone for watching. I'll talk to you all soon. Take care everyone, and bye bye.